talking. Hi guys, and welcome to the October edition of the Fully Booked Sprint with your girls, the fam bam.
Where's the horn?
Echoing.
Where's the horn?
I'm so sorry. That's not the way.
Never on time, guys.
That's sorry. The horn is here. But I'm busy
Every month.
echoing. I'm busy echoing, and I'm like, where is that sound coming from? So it messed with my flow and my,
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
cancel
just,
any
you know,
There
I
is
don't-
no
how are
one.
you ladies? Let me cue my horn. How are you ladies doing?
Hey, we are doing.
People are trying.
Yeah.
They don't even know
It's
how
like-
to say that they fine.
It's like you asking us a question that we're going to fail. Like, what is the answer here?
Yo, guys, I'm
I
great.
don't know.
I'm doing my
We
best.
are
You know,
doing.
I'm here. I am alive. Like something.
Let me tell you guys lies. I'm great. I'm perfect. I'm having the best time of my life.
affirmations.
You need
Galore.
for energy. You see,
Yay.
you need
Energy. I
Yeah.
am not tired.
You are not
Not.
tired. It's not been a long week. You know,
It's not been a long week.
And the week has been perfect.
It's been a perfect week.
It's been
All
a,
around.
I mean,
Mm.
Smooth
after all
sailing,
this,
darling.
we are still here. Okay.
You know, living our best lives.
We made it. We made it.
And
Hey,
that's
we
all.
made it. Is the thing that counts? We made it. We
Yeah,
are
I know.
still here.
Listen,
I mean-
that's all that counts, truly. So, but how has the reading month been? I know that we've had a tough month all around, but how has the
Yeah.
reading been this month?
Reading for me actually has been good. Physically, not good, but I'm always making sure that I have an audiobook, ebook meaning graphic novels that I'm busy with. So the month I think has been good. I just want to go in and check quickly on my story graph, but I feel like I should maybe be on like 6 books this month.
Oh, that's
Oh,
nice.
wait, 8 books this month.
Oh, friend.
None of them are physical. I can tell you now. Let me
And
see.
still, a book is a book.
Oh no.
Malaya.
Okay, fine. It's just Throne of Glass, which I finished this month, and then I read Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers, which was hella funny, 4.5 stars. Then I finished volume 2 of Law Olympus, 4 stars. Then I read How to Sell a Haunted House, 3 stars. A Familiar Stranger, 3 stars. And then I read the most hilarious graphic novel ever. I read it in like probably 30 minutes. And I just
Friend, please
couldn't
share
stop
the link.
laughing.
Please share the
I'll
link.
send you the link. So it's called I
Please.
Left the House Today. And it's kind of like a collection of short stories, quote unquote, for graphic
Mhm.
novels. So each page is a new theme, but it's so
That's nice.
relatable. And it's just, I laughed out loud.
That's
And
very nice.
then, so I gave that 4 stars. And then I listened to The Haunting of Eveline Jones, which is a graphic novel, 3.5 stars. And then another funny one, another funny graphic novel, because now I was in the mood, called Adulthood is a Myth. And I gave that one 3.5 stars. So I'll share it in the group. So
I like the
I
title.
thought it's so relatable. There was one specific one page where it showed different bras, né? So it showed like and the drawings are kind of funny. They're not like serious. So it's like a push-up bra, but then the way it's sitting here. né? So you can imagine
The bra or the boobs? The bra or the boobs?
and
What's
the
here?
boob, the bra and
Both.
boobs, they're both here.
You know what?
And
That
then
bra and the
this
boobs
bralette.
has been my life this month.
Guys,
Your bra and
holding
your
on
boobs have
for
been
dear
here.
life.
Yeah, on your
No,
throat.
but there's sometimes where you see somebody's push-up bra and
Yes.
and it looks like they're here. I could see it in my head. And then they're like bralette, which doesn't support you. So it's like everything's hanging. Right? And then it's like boob tube. and then they just sitting there by the stomach.
No, that graphic novel is
I
actually
love-
rude.
You are-
That is my conclusion.
Stay
We
with
don't need
us.
to be so rude. We don't need to
I
be so
laughed
rude.
so hard. I was just like, wow, this thing,
sounds
this
funny.
thing is it's very funny. Like it's the kind of thing that you want to read when you're looking for reading there. But you know, there's times where you want to read, but when you open a book, you feel like you can't concentrate. Your head is hurting, your eyes are hurting. But you want to read. I feel like it's the
Yeah.
perfect thing because it's just quick. You look at the pictures, you picture them in your head, you laugh, you move on.
That's nice.
I'll
Okay,
share it
before we
with
move
you.
on to P, congratulations, Chomi, on your first half marathon. Was it a half marathon?
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying the right thing.
I'm just like, wait, where are we going with this?
Why is you so confused? Congratulations. Yes, it deserves the
What did
horn.
we miss?
It deserves the horn. Thank you
Please,
very much. Congratulations.
And a cheers to you. She did it. She did it.
Congratulations. It was a half
Yes.
marathon. It was.
Full marathon. 42.
It was a
It
full
was
marathon.
cool. I
What?
am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rolling with the big dogs.
Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
That's
Congratulations.
And the way she
That's
was
How's
just
the
like, I don't
weather?
think I'm ready. Guys, I don't think I'm ready. Look,
Look at
you
you
are
now.
now.
Look at you.
Look at you.
Look at
You are a
Look at
marathon
God,
runner.
though.
You're a
deserves a
marathon
How was the
runner.
weather? How was the weather?
Guys, it was hot because I think that
Oh, she's frozen. So she did the Cape Town Marathon over the weekend. I want to say it was Saturday, or was it Saturday or Sunday? Not too sure.
Saturday.
I think it was Saturday. I also think it was
I think
Saturday.
it was Saturday.
Yes, and if you don't know anything about Ompi, she loves running, but this was her first full marathon. And when she unfreezes, we want to hear all about it. Otherwise, Nonhly, how has your reading month been?
You know, I'm that girl in class when it's time to submit. Our charity, they were showing off. Ma'am, I'm done. Ma'am, please mark my book. Me, I'm standing.
Please mark my book.
And the thing is, Charity, we still have time on the assignment. We still have time on the assignment. It's only the 20th of the month, but she's already done, and she's telling teacher, I'm done.
I'm that girl
must
behind the
use
corner.
my
I'm like,
answers to mark everybody else's book.
submission is next week. Charity is done and she wants to submit. I'm like, girl, we can submit next week. Wait for us. She's like, no. I'm done.
She's done, and the teacher must know that she's done.
You know what? Okay, so
I'm gonna send you the stuff so you can be done also.
Hi guys, Mina Shem. Honestly, life has been lifing the way it has been lifing in my life. You know. My reading has been so slow, guys. I don't know. I think I'm having a slump now, but I managed to finish. What was I reading last? Because I finished it this month. The Covenant of Water by Abraham Bekis. Yes, I managed
that's
to
a thick. You finished it.
I finished
it.
it.
That's the thing. You see, all the pages that you read will sum up to all of my pages.
The one book equals
800 equals all of my pages. So you're fine. My assignment was 2 pages. Your assignment is 30 pages.
Yay.
But remember, mine from the previous month to the new month. You understand? But then also, I managed to finish.
don't count that, guys. Do you know that if it doesn't matter, even if I'm halfway through the book at the end of the month, that book counts for this month. That's it. It's like if maybe I leave a book for a while and then maybe I read it in January and finish it in January. Pick up where I left off, and that book counts for January. I don't care when I started it. It's
same.
about when
So
I
for me,
finished
I
it.
count the month that I finish books as my
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So even with me,
So, I never even
the
say
first
carried over
Throne of Glass
or whatever anymore.
Enough Throne of Glass, I was reading it in the previous springs. I only finished it in the beginning of this month.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm that guilty student, who feels guilty, but I will leave that. And then I also managed to start and finish Thicker Than Water by Kerry Washington. That was also a nice book. That was a nice read. And then I have Bridge that's still open, that I still have to read, and that I still have to continue and finish.
Okay.
Yeah.
We see you rocking Hive Books jewelry, girl.
Yes.
Snapping at you.
We love to see it.
By the way.
Yes, love it.
When I saw that, I was like, that's just so Nonhly.
Yes,
that
also I
screams
felt like it. I
Nonhly.
saw her.
Oh, I love it, guys. It's so me. And I was wearing them today actually at work. They're like, really? You had to everyone must know. Please.
Yeah, leave me alone. I'm busy.
Yes, please. And if you want them, Hive Books. I didn't even say. I'm like, yay, Hive Books. Sharing links, guys.
I love it. Love it. Pompey, you got cut off while you were telling us about your experience.
It was fine. It was windy. Windy, guys. I was tripping on my own feet. But it wasn't bad.
How long
like when the wind
is
like helping you run.
I feel
like the wind was helping us run.
Yes, okay, that's nice.
You.
That's also nice.
Oh, that's nice.
You think it was hot, but
cooling
it was windy.
you.
Yes, but that's nice. How long did it take you?
Hours 53 minutes.
How many?
5 hours 53 minutes.
And yeah, I get you. I saw.
How many kilometers?
42.
How many
42
I
kilometers.
know you did right.
I saw that.
Because for me, guys, I do 5 kilometers in 1 hour.
Me too. So, that's how long it takes me to do 5 kilometers. I would have done
10 hours.
5 hours. Between me and Charity, 5 hours is 5, 10, 15, 20. 25 kilometers.
So that 10 hours is us. And then we're going to need a break.
Yes, no. Oh, wait. Let's end the horn. Well done, Chobi. This is so nice. Please.
This is
well
beautiful.
done.
Oh, friend. Yeah.
Well done.
You took one for the team. You know that 5 hours.
Yeah,
for you.
That
was a sprint. It's like a competition.
It was a 5 hour sprint.
That's exactly
what I have to fully booked. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, congratulations.
But how do you feel afterwards, your body? Yeah.
Wait a minute. Are you guys hearing anything?
We heard it when you put it on the when you shared it on the screen. But we don't hear it when it's off the screen.
Okay, thank you.
If your YouTube is on.
It's an ad.
Yes, I'm like, what?
Yeah, they paid for these ads. These ones, I see them now. Almost like every video. Yeah, they paid for this ad.
Sure. Sorry, how's the recovery? Oh man, I don't know what's going on, guys. Like butterfingers. Did you guys hear that?
Going on?
Look how she can stretch. This is a marathon runner.
I know. After how many days you are this flexible?
No, it's sitting like this, and I'm relaxing it.
I would need a wheelchair. I would need a wheelchair. For the next month.
I even went
that extra 5 hours. They would have to push me very. They'll fetch me the next day.
Enough for the next week. I would need crutches and a wheelchair, please. No driving, no going up and downstairs. Nicks. I would need an ice pack. Yonge indo.
Yeah.
We walked like 5 kilometers afterwards.
You did a walk afterwards. Are you insane? Have you lost your mind?
The car was
This
parked,
girl.
and I was just like,
This
you know what?
girl.
Hey, Asana girl.
So
No,
on
no,
Monday,
no, no.
I
Issue is on.
still went up. I hiked up Lion's Head. Imagine that. Sonjay.
I saw you saying. And I'm like, you did a hike after a marathon? Does that even make sense?
Again.
But I think that was
At
good
least
for
we
your
don't have to
body,
do it
for your
again.
show me to just.
It
But the
was
day
good
after.
recovery walk.
Yeah.
Walk, yes, but hike, guys.
Yeah.
Hike.
I'm on a break the whole week.
Hike, corner, guys. I break, please. Yeah, break.
You deserve a month, actually. Yo.
Before
Only
you
for a
die,
week.
break.
Only for a week.
Aye.
You must
As
break
long as it's a
until.
break.
Gosh. I
Aye,
wish I
she
could
must
have
break.
that kind of stamina. I don't.
Same.
Otherwise,
I'm not
yeah,
even-
book-wise, how have you been doing?
Book-wise, I've been reading the book of the month that was for October. For the what was it? I was doing a read along, but I've realized that I'm not one for pressure and reading under pressure, and I've just had to accept that, and that's okay.
Is that Bridge for Tandem?
Bridge, yes, for
Okay.
Tandem, and then I guys, I really love the writing in this book. I'm so slow with this book
The
because
cover
I'm
is so nice.
literally savoring.
The club is
You know,
looking
when
nice.
someone is savoring. Now I'm back to this book because I'm listening to it still. I canceled my membership, but I still have my books. I
Yes.
have one credit and the one that I downloaded, which is this one.
And some books
different
don't want to
perspectives.
be rushed. Don't rush. Like there's no need. Like
the
allow it
different
to be what
perspectives.
it is.
I'm enjoying it. If I ever see anyone trash talking in Bolo Mbue, yeah,
You coming for them is a fight.
for them. Otherwise, I've been really having a good reading month. I think I finished Rootless, The List, and what else? I just need to remember. So I've parked a few books. They're not DNF'd yet, but they just stay on Storygraph. I just need the.
Yeah, I hear you. That happens. Okay, on my side, I also haven't had the best reading month so far. I managed to finish 2 books. So the one book was the last book in the Black Girls Must Be Magic series. Were you still saying something, Ombi? Okay. The one book is from the Black Girls Must Be Magic series, which is the last one. Black Girls Must Have It All. I think I rated it a 4-star. I was listening to it via audio because I don't have the hard copy. So I love the narrator for this series. Actually, I think I warmed up to her very much. I don't think that I would
Brilliant narrator.
Get through the book without her voice. So I absolutely enjoyed that one. I think there was one that I didn't quite enjoy. It's either it was the first one or the second one, but there was one that was not, like, it was a 3 point something instead of a 4. But the series is quite great. I enjoyed it. And then I also finished the infamous Bridge that no one here finished. I loved it so much.
Oh,
I loved it so much. I've done a review
The shade.
of it on my
hey,
I've done a review
yes.
of it on my blog, vuvuveneries.com, and this one was definitely a 5-star for me. So you might have seen on my TikTok. Yes, girl.
It deserved
it. I'm not surprised.
That is nice.
If you see my TikTok or Instagram, you'll see that I did select some quotes that I really enjoyed from the book. It is one of those books that will really keep you in your head even after you've read it. It might be slump, like there should be a warning that it might put you into a slump because of how much introspection it requires you to do, but it is so beautiful. It is so beautiful, and it's the kind of writing that I enjoy because it's a show don't tell situation, right? She puts in so much into the book that shows you so much about humanity, but she's not telling you, right? So she's entertaining you through your epiphanies of life, of yourself, of being human. I absolutely enjoyed this one. It was part
I
of the
love
tandem. It was part of the tandem collective read along, right? And we were all participating in it. And I just wanted to say that I also did not like reading it in a structured format. So the minute the read along was done is actually when I picked up from where I left off, which was probably close to the halfway mark. And I honestly flew through it without the pressure because it is so well done. So those are the two books that I read. Before we get into what we got from Wordsworth, let's just greet our people. Hi, fam. Pat is here. Hey, Pat. Hi, Pearl.
Hello, Pearl.
Hi, Lindy.
Hi, Lindy.
Hi, Palesa. Pat is saying congratulations on Pile. Oh, I hope you bask in this for quite a while, Chomi. Well done. Like, I can't even imagine.
Look at her.
Our marathon runner. Oh God. What's that sound from TikTok? Oh God. Mighty what is it?
Yeah.
They're using it now
I don't know
when they're
it.
buying eggs. What is the sound? Yours must definitely start with marathon runner.
Yes.
Chief what? Chief of the streets. What is it? Track runner. Oh God. What else? What must we call you? Huh?
What do you call the thing you do after the run where you decided to go on Lion's Head? Even chief of that.
Chief of whatever. Recovery.
Chief of everything.
I feel like it was a form of everything.
Imagine. People go on Lion's Head to exercise. She goes there to recover from a marathon.
Imagine.
I would have taken an ice bath to recover.
Listen, that's why I'm at a wheelchair, please.
Next year we're going up Table Mountain. Table Mountain after this.
After the marathon.
Yes.
Melissa is also saying congratulations on P. Way to go on P. That's what Pearl is saying. Hey
Hello.
Jane. Pat is greeting. Jane is greeting. Pat is just going wild. She did well. Hey. Jane is also saying boop 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 boop. Well done, Chomi. Really, that's a great achievement.
That is
a great achievement. Okay, so I'm gonna start with Charity once again. Yes, I love this image.
Hey, she's got the whole thing.
Yes, Chief Marathon Runner.
Yes. The whole time. We want to see it.
I feel like we should do like a virtual chance for Ompi.
Yes, no, definitely. I'm there with you.
Yes,
well done, Chomi.
Wow.
At this point, you're allowed to feel whatever you want to feel.
You can feel whatever
after
you
what
want
you
to.
did. Yeah, no.
Huh?
Listen. Okay, back at you, Charity.
We are marathon. We have a marathon. We have a medal now. All of us.
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Listen, and the thing
you
is,
can't all of us.
You did us all. You did it.
You took one for the team.
You took the sprints literally. Thank you.
She literally took 5 hours.
Alone.
Well done, and then next year again, we want to see it again next year. Yeah,
again in 4 hours.
Yes, I think next year we should go with
yeah. Actually, the fully booked sprint crew will be there on the sidelines.
We'll be there, definitely.
Otherwise, that's as much as you're gonna get from me. That is as much as you're gonna get from me. Please. What did you get from the beautiful people of Wordsworth Books? Charity.
They sent me Crown of Midnight.
Is this a new series?
New.
So these are the new covers. So this is book 2.
Throne
of Glass.
I never heard the title. This title in the series, I've never heard
Crown
it.
of Midnight.
Crown of
I
Midnight.
don't
No,
know. Crown of Midnight.
I don't want to lie.
Yeah, she's book 2. This one.
I think it's book something of something, ne?
Book
whole
2
thing-
of
the
7.
yeah, book 2 of
Can you-
7.
Can you
Yeah,
show us
I know
the first cover? The first cover. I just
Let
want to
me-
see what they look like.
Let me grab.
I don't remember it from.
And it looks smaller. It looks like normal. Not too
Yeah,
thick.
it looks like a paperback.
No, it's
Oh, you
yeah,
mean the
it's not-
size of the the number
No,
of
the
Yeah.
page numbers. No, the page numbers are. This one is just over 400, like 402.
Okay, I see it now. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, so this is what I was reading last month.
the Throne
Tabbed
of
it
Glass.
a little
The
bit.
same family.
It's the same family, like you are saying.
I've never heard this title yet, book 2. Hey,
This one is
So weird.
420
Because I feel
pages.
because I feel like Akata, I knew all the titles even before I started even trying to read the books. This one sketchy. I only know the first
I
book.
feel like because
title.
Ekatar is the series that made her more famous than this. This is her first body of work.
I hear
And
you.
a lot of people, I feel like, started with Ekatar, same as me. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to go back to Throne of Glass. But when they announced the new covers, I'm like, they're so pretty. And I just want them. I wish I could have them in a hardcover, but the 7 books, hardcovers are like
Yeah, I know.
$450.
And listen, she's still gonna write more series. That's the other thing.
She's still gonna
fine.
write.
Like, listen. So, yeah.
And did you
she's
see
right. And she might come back and say, "Uthi yazini, I want to go back to this world." It's fine.
And bring all the 3 worlds together.
I like paperback and tradeback. Actually, I don't. I like. I'm okay. Did I see?
I like.
Are you gonna talk about V Schwab?
No. Oh, that one. I want that one. Threads of Power. I want that one.
I'm so excited.
I want that one, but when I read
what
the
were you gonna say?
synopsis, I was gonna say Sarah J. Maas in the next book which book is coming out in January? It's book 3 of
Oh, I still
Crescent
haven't
City.
read them. Maybe in December I should, since I finally.
Yeah,
got
I'm
these in
rereading. I'm
December.
rereading in December, and they
Okay,
bring
I'll be
out these
reading them
special
for the first time.
editions, and the special editions have like additional content, and I'm just like, why? Why are you doing this to us?
Because she wants you to
'Cause
buy
now-
them again, and
Now we must buy again.
I'm not gonna do it, child.
I'm just gonna continue with the
I'm
versions I
not
have.
that person. I was about to say,
So I'm
and
just like,
somehow somebody's gonna spoil and say this is what's in the special.
they'll tell us what it
background."
is.
I'll find out on the internet.
We'll find out, but I don't think it will be anything that would make a good an impact on the series itself. It's probably going to be like somewhat of a smallanyana novella.
Very risky. That would be very risky. So I don't think she's gonna do that.
So I want to reread because planning for that. So yeah, so this is what I'm reading. I thought I would be done with my current read, but I'm not.
J. Maas?
No, they gave me this, and then they gave me this other nice book. Let me find it.
Okay.
Somebody else can go.
So I'm just gonna go to Nonhly so long. Nonhly, what did they give you?
Okay, so I got
Hey, we need Jada. Jada is busy breaking the internet. How can they have been separated? They say they've been separated for 7 years and have been saying they are married. Kanjani, guys, make it make sense. Why did they do that?
Why? What?
And now
I don't know.
You got well.
Why did they fake marriage? I don't get it. It's not a rom-com.
I don't understand. But also,
Jada.
it makes sense. Remember what happened on the red table that time with the young?
August. I'll never forget August. But then they played it as though she was having some affair. I did. They've been separated for 7 years. 7
That's
years.
what
7
I think
damn years.
Came out that they were actually taking a break when that thing happened. They were not.
But then they made it seem like they were taking a break, but now they're back together, and now whatever. No, they lied. They lied. And I feel like
It's for the drama.
Will should have included what Jada is including in her book, in his book, because he should have also told us, in fact, why are we finding out all of these things through Jada? When this book came out last year, did not.
Then I want Jada's book.
Apparently, Jada is dropping things like she's been
just
breaking the internet. The whole week she's been breaking the internet. And I'm sitting here and I'm guys, what's
happening?
What's going on? I would never want to read the memoir otherwise, but it's a lot of scandal going on the internet.
I still haven't read Will. It's part of my TBR for this month. But I actually
maybe you guys can buddy read.
We must buddy read.
Yes, I don't have.
But it's nice. You must get the audiobook if you're still on Audible. It's so good.
I have credits.
Why did they lie? Why did they lie? Oh, don't start with your credits, please.
Hey, I know she's got credits. Me, Will, I downloaded Will last year with the one free credit I had during sign up, and it's still there. Luckily, so.
Oh, that's the nice thing about Audible.
I stopped listening to the audiobook. I stopped listening to the audiobook because I felt it was actually so good that I want to go to the physical because I want to tab it.
I remember you saying
it's so nice.
I like the cover. I'm still not intrigued. Right now, I'm a little bit mad. I just need to understand why they felt like they needed to lie.
Yeah.
I'm not understanding. Who was it for? Because I'm sure their kids knew that they were separated. I mean, if you're separated, you're not living together. It
was probably I get Red Table was popular. It was probably for the internet just to add spice. You know, people like drama. I'm
pretty sure they didn't. No one signed an NDA. I'm like, how do they keep that under wraps? To even go to the Oscars where Will slaps a comedian over.
There was that time.
Not even with. They need to sit at the red table together and answer our questions. They must go to the red table and answer our questions.
Answer questions. Yes. But maybe that slapping thing was even if we separated, you're not gonna do me like that. You're not gonna talk about my ex, the mother of my children like that.
I don't mind if the honesty was also there. So I feel like if you are a person of integrity, your integrity is not selective. So people should have known this is the mother of your kids who is no longer your partner. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And now I feel like they're trying to sell us books by exposing Guti. They've not been together for 7 years. Like, stop using us. We've been used left, right, and center. It was August. It was the red table. It was Will's book. Now there's a separation. People are being slapped.
And then Tupac is rising from the dead on TikTok. What's going on?
What's the Tupac?
Apparently Tupac never died. And now,
what's happening on the internet?
There's a lot going on. You know what?
I have no idea what's going on the internet. You guys are shocking me.
I'm telling you.
I know Jada has a book, but I haven't.
But Jada was with Tupac. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I don't know nothing.
No, but Jada was Tupac. The love of Jada's life was Tupac again. So now because we are finding out all of these weird things about her. They always bring him in whenever Jada gets
so he's alive.
So now he's arisen from the dead. Well,
and he's on TikTok
since the year 1994. He's never died.
Because now apparently he was never
doing the step. Are you talking about?
I saw the step one. The step one I saw is like
Tupac.
He was ready.
Oh my god! That video is funny. Okay, so that was the first. We got excited. Sorry.
Yes, no problem. So that was the first book, and then I got You Made a Fool of Death with Your Beauty.
I love that book. You know, I actually was so close.
Messiest book of all time.
But Alim remains the only reason that book is worth it.
Guys. Did I tell you that I've met Alim? Yo, guys, I see Alim almost every day.
Every time
I look at that guy, I'm like, you made a fool of death with your beauty. I don't know how to try and find this picture, guys.
Why are you gonna put his picture? Why are you gonna put his
Why
picture?
do you have his picture?
Like, he smells so good. He's so clean. Like, it's this guy.
I hope your
guy.
man is watching. I hope your
It's
man
not
is
watching. I hope he's not
He
watching.
better be watching.
Not tonight. Tonight is not watching.
But tonight is not watching. This thing is on
He's
the
not
internet
watching
forever.
tonight. So
On
this
the
guy,
internet for-
Alim, the Alim I see. A
Mm.
week doesn't pass without seeing Alim.
Seeing
My
Alim.
Alim, you know.
and smelling
Okay.
him.
Sorry, my Alim. How do you smell your Alim? Because it sounds like you
That's
guys
so
are smelling.
close.
You know those people.
Strangers.
You know those people when they
Yeah.
pass, like you can't even. It's like you never bath. You
What?
can't even smell yourself. You're like yo.
Watch out.
It
Watch
stays,
out. Watch out, please.
guys. So yeah. And then the last book I received was Before the Coffee Gets Cold. Oops. Before the Coffee Gets Cold. By
This is book one.
Gucci. I hope I'm pronouncing that
I
right.
also don't know how to. That's how I say it,
Yeah.
but I also am not sure if it's correct.
By the way, I've read
First
this
class.
book and I finished it and I gave it a 5-star that time I read it because
Ooh,
I mean,
a whole 5. What did I give it? I think I gave it a 5 also.
is it? For me, it was a 5 because it was also like something
4.5.
different from Akweke, and I just enjoyed the whole vibe, you know. So yeah, I'm done with this one. It's a
Also,
gift.
the narrator for this one is very good. It's very good. The person
Yes,
on
yes.
script, the narrator on
I think the
script.
narrator, yes. The narrator is the only reason why I finished the book. Not even
Yes.
Alim. He was
Yeah.
making me upset.
Yeah.
No,
So-
what's the main who's the main girl again? I even forgot her name. That's why I'm saying this book I'm there for Alim. I don't want to lie. What's the
I guys, I
girl's
also
name?
forgot the main girl's
Yeah,
name.
because
She does.
she's
She didn't count.
Faye. It's Faye.
Faye.
Faye. I try and consider, but Faye. But Alim is the reason. for this.
Alim is the one, guys. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
So
Just saying.
yeah, but yeah, guys, I need the motivation to just write all the reviews or at least make videos of the books that I've read because I've read so many already. I think some I'll have to reread for me to, you know.
Do it, Jimmy. You know, one of those things. What for me, I find when it comes to content, you just have to bite the bullet. Because when you start,
Yeah.
you can at least cut like you can cut out like 4 in one day if you just tell yourself, "Kuti." Because there's never gonna be a good time. It is October. We are tired. There's never gonna be. Do you get what I'm trying to say? You just need to
Yeah.
wake up one day and say, you know what? After
I'm doing it.
on top of it.
Yes.
And
then
Mina, already
Wait.
like what I decided for these sprints, because normally we do an hour. The first 15 minutes I'm doing productivity. I'm editing, I'm writing reviews, I'm editing my TikToks because I've got drafts sitting there. So the first 15 minutes I'm doing all that and then I'll read for 45 minutes. So you can record
And
your
you know,
reviews.
I was also saying to Charity the other day that the other thing that I've seen helps me this year is as soon as I read the last word of a book, close it. Even if I'm not gonna post it,
Yeah.
I must type out
Type it.
everything that is in my head as a form of a
Yeah.
review. And usually, because it's so fresh in your head, it doesn't even take you 10 minutes. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
To
Yes.
gather your thoughts and put them out. So when you publish it, it's up to you. But as soon as you are done, because what I found when I stopped doing that, because there was a time when I was doing that like this, right? When I stopped doing that, I was telling, I think it was still you guys when I was when we went to the event that I now didn't know Guti was this character in this book.
In this
because
book or
the
not.
storylines
You were
seemed a
mixing
little
the
bit
characters.
similar. And I'm like, but then it also felt like this character belongs in this story as well. You know how authors write, especially if let's say maybe you're reading romance or things that are similar in terms of genre wise.
Yeah.
And it makes sense that this character would exist in this world. But now you're like, were they here? Were they not? I'm like, I don't want those problems.
Yeah.
I know.
So I'm
So I
back
need
to
to
as soon
do
as I'm done
that.
reading, I must write something
Do
down.
it.
Even if I'm gonna end up making it a video, but my thoughts must be down somewhere.
It must be
Then I'll
down.
Yes. Yeah.
Agreed.
And then this is the one that I think I'm gonna read tonight. based on how I feel in terms of reading, because I don't want to pick up something too thick or too long. I feel like this book is just short enough for me to be motivated to read more. So this is the one.
And there's
that I'm
audio on Script.
Yes,
about to say.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I already
Oh, okay, girl.
I already have audio. Yes. So
Mhm.
I will just
All
I'll
right.
read this one for
I
tonight.
liked the
And
first
it's not
book.
even 200 pages, so it should it's 200 and what?
You're gonna
14,
breeze
I think,
through it.
13.
Yeah, you're gonna breeze through
Yes.
it. Okay,
So, yeah.
Ampy, what did you get, girl?
I would start with the book that I already mentioned on my that I'm gonna do a giveaway. Ascendant
Okay.
Kingdom by
Ooh, I
Yaki.
loved that book. I loved it so much.
Good.
She's so talented. Hey, I hope she's planning to give us something soon because wow.
It's been a while. Okay, so
Mhm.
I haven't read it yet. I have a different cover of this, but yeah, she's also homegoing. So
Mm.
is that, and then so I'm gonna do a nice. I finally got My Year of Rest and Relaxation by Otessa
Ooh.
Mosfek.
Hey, don't swear at us, girl. You better not be swearing at nobody right now, huh?
When I read this, I don't know if an audiobook, but I believe so. I think so. With I've had this on my I think I saw and I need to check my Instagram, but I did see a review that I actually really liked. This is why I stopped reading reviews. I just like pictures now. If you've written a review and I like your picture, I've just liked your picture. I haven't read your review. But I saw a review that was like not over.
Oh,
No,
shame.
what happened?
I wanted to say I feel like the lady on the cover of Ombi's book. That's how I feel.
You are tired. You need a year
Tired.
of rest and relaxation,
And
girl.
relaxation.
By the way, guys, just to remind you guys, at least one of the books that we have has a discount. The discounts for this month will last until the end of December. And we will definitely try add the discount code somewhere. Mine is up on my TikTok and Instagram.
Mine is up. I'll also add mine.
Mine is not up yet.
Talk about TikTok and stuff. I haven't actually been also socially active this month, but
because you need a year of rest and relaxation.
Mine is on the screen.
I'm slowly getting back. Even on WhatsApp at some stage, guys, I'll just leave my phone there because a lot was just going on.
Your head is spinning.
Yeah, I was like always late for everything. Oh, I was like, yo, guys, no, you know what? Maybe I should just take a break and then I'll pick up when I pick up. But yeah, in case you maybe also noticed, I haven't really been really as active as usual on social media. It's better
and
this
it's okay, guys. You know, you need to allow your system to do what it needs to do sometimes. But we know you'll be back. We know you'll be back.
Definitely.
My week has been the same as Nonhly's. I haven't been on social media. The one I don't even know what I've posted this week. If I posted it, know that it was already scheduled from probably the week before. I don't know what I did.
It was Vuvu.
I posted what? Mina?
Did what?
Posted what? I don't know. It was me. I feel like she just wanted to say my name. Posted what? Why would I be posting on charity
For the post. I don't know who was posting, and then it helped all of us, and I was like, "Oh, thank God!"
Oh, it was me when I did the collab. I'm like, hey, it was not me. Okay, I see. So is this book a fiction or non-fiction? Sorry. Oh, Ompi, let's frozen again. Can you hear me, Ompi? Is your book a fiction or non-fiction?
The Year of Relaxation.
It's a non-fiction. Oh, Shem, you're frozen, show me. Okay, it's fine.
Fiction.
It's fiction. Yes. Non-fiction. Fiction. Non-fiction. Fiction.
It's not fiction, friend. It's not
I feel like I just
non-fiction, friend.
Non-fiction is non-fiction. Fiction. Which one is it?
There's no
We can't see anything.
Fiction, yes, it's fiction.
Okay. All right. So Charity, what's your other book?
Firstly, my discount code is here, Crown 5.
Okay. Cool.
They also sent me the Extraordinaries by TJ Klune. This is like a superhero story. I don't necessarily read superheroes, but I'm always keen on seeing what TJ Klune has got going on because I do like his writing style.
This cover looks like the cover. Sorry, this cover looks like is it Supergirl? What is it? Super.
Let me see, friend.
The Extraordinary. Wait, on Disney, there's a series with some girl who's sitting on a couch that's going like this. My super. But the cover is very similar, even if it's
similar to that.
Yes, it's very similar.
And then together with Crown of Midnight, they sent me this book called Bitterthorn, and it just looks like my vibe.
I was about to say.
This is my vibe. When I read the synopsis, I was just like, oh my goodness. And I found the audiobook on Script. So I want to, I like, at this point, I'm breaking my TBR. But this is like a witch story, and I don't get
and it's spooky season.
It's spooky season. At the back it's saying a lost soul, a darkly alluring witch, and a terrifying secret. I'm just like, I'm ready for you.
Why are you raising your hands?
I need you guys to help me.
Huh?
Help you with what?
With spooky season South African or African books.
And get to
me.
My sister, the serial killer.
Nothing comes to mind. Yeah, it's not even spooky though.
And it's not spooky. I don't feel like we don't write spooky.
It's just
what is that Noah book that was written by that South African guy last year? Wasn't that something spooky?
I don't know that.
Who?
Maybe somebody in the comments can recommend. I don't know.
Who? Name the South African male authors. He's a famously known one. He wrote some noir something book. Is it? I think it's Nick Mhlong.
He does not have a spooky booklet.
I'm telling you.
Joburg Noir.
No, not Joburg Noir.
Way Back Home. Way Back Home is not spooky.
Aibo.
It's not Joburg Noir.
I just googled spooky books by African writers. Guess which book popped up first? The Gilded One. The Gilded One.
Whose list is that?
Put up this list must stop it.
Whose list is that?
They just need to stop.
Also,
there's Hauntings. Sorry, Hauntings.
It's not by Nick Mhlong.
It is. Oh, I think it's short stories. It says editor is Nick Mhlong.
Oh, maybe.
A thrilling array of African writers, including Fred Kumalo, Sibongile Fisher, Lucas Ledwaba, Vonani Bell, tell surprising and unnerving tales in this collection of commissioned stories from the master of narrative writing. These stories give answers to the question, what does being haunted and hauntings mean in your South African world, in the past, present, and future?
You know what you could read?
The only one.
You can read, have you read Intruders by Muhala Moshiho? It has like a spookish element to it. So if you've got that, you are muted. So if you've got that, I think you should read that. That one was good. It's got a bit of folklore, a bit of spooky elements. What is my copy? I read it twice, so it's really quite good. I read that. Where is it?
I don't know any spooky
short stories. I think you'd like that on Pila. I don't know where it is.
Also, Way Back Home by Nick Mhlong, friend. There's some spooky things going on there.
Nyan. So weird. Okay.
Way back
All right.
home,
So
we
the books.
literally following a lady who's like a ghost in a way. Yeah.
But then you can have a ghost in your story, but is it spooky? Or is this just a ghost that do you understand what I'm trying to say? Are we dealing with horror, or is it just do you hear me?
Who's that author? That auntie Kima? The one on
Auntie, yes, my auntie.
on social media.
Yes,
Kimang.
Dial an auntie, dial a
Not
not
that
dial
title. The South African author who's on Instagram a lot. She promotes her own books. Self-published author. What's her name?
Jackie.
Jackie? Didn't she have some creepy book come out last year? Are you I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Is this a recommendation for you, friend?
I don't know any spooky books. I don't know any spooky books by her.
Is this for you, Umpi?
Yes, it's for her. She said, "Please help me with spooky recommendation."
Oh,
I will check, friend. Maybe around.
I think if you have intruders, you must take intruders for now, and let's move before we skip our. So for me, these are the books that I have from the people from Wordsworth. I have
a Conjuring
novel.
I need a Conjuring
by V.
live.
Schwab. And remember, I was saying to you, you're going to talk about V. Schwab. So she's got a trilogy coming out based in this world. So
I know. I need to start.
So
That
this
Threads
one
of Power.
has three. Obviously, this is its own trilogy. So I suppose they'll speak to each other, but it will be its own trilogy. I think that one is coming out in November. So I'm so glad to have this because it means that I'm gonna get into the series.
It came out in September.
The new one, but why was I
Yes,
only seeing stuff about it?
I don't know, but when I did my September anticipated releases, it was on my list because it showed September. Or maybe first released, maybe like an ebook or something. I was about to
say maybe it's only getting to us in November. You know how it
Are we gonna get it in November, Vel?
So that's probably why I'm saying November, because that's what I've been seeing. Anyway, so that's what I got. And I also got Yellowface. I've been wanting this. I did listen to the audio, mind you. I listened to it. I finished it. I think I rated it about 4 point something. But I'm like, is it too soon
you want the
to reread
car?
the same book? Like, is it too soon to reread the book again? A month later, but
never too soon.
No. I say no. And if you guys are curious, this is what my discount code is for. So if you are interested in this book, it's been doing the rounds by Rebecca F. Kwang. That's what my discount code is for. But earlier in the month, they also sent me this, which is called She Is a Haunting by
that one looks so interesting.
That is
Tran. I don't know what this person It's this one again. This one. I don't know what her name is.
That looks so good.
I've started it, right? So far, so good. I've just started it, like just the prologue and the first chapter. And I'm torn between reading this again because I'm feeling like the sprints will push me to read this again. And because there is an audio to it, I don't want to not read it a second time. And then after the sprints, I'm like, hi, but I've read it already, via audio. So I feel like I want to go through this again. But this one doesn't have an audio, so I'm going to pick it up. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to pick it up anyway,
and you don't know the story yet.
Yes, so I'm torn, but I'm also working tomorrow morning, so I am definitely leaning towards this. But
Jelloface.
For spookiness sake, I want to read this. I see Ompi's voting for Yellowface, but I don't know. Let's see what the comments are, and then what is everybody else in the comments reading, and then we will start our first sprint, which will be an hour long. Don't know where I stopped, to be quite. Oh, okay. I think I stopped here. So Tangible Read Courtney is here. Hey, Pat says Nonhly hybrid read it as Will narrated it, and there's music too,
Oh,
etc.
the music is nice.
That must be nice, actually. That experience sounds nice.
Mm.
Courtney says that Will is considered the golden boy, and people villainize Jada. I'm looking forward to her memoir, but not gonna read his. Okay, I hear you. Cause just to get her perspective. So for me, actually, I've been. She's right. No, she's right. I was about to say I've been receiving it the other way around, but no. She definitely is right. She definitely. It's like Will can do no wrong, right? And Jada seems like she's out there. She's too loud. She's too much. She's just, yeah.
Mm.
I hear you. Hi, Scorpio Rising. Tangible says, I'm loving your energy, honest and unbiased. That's the way it is. Scorpio Rising is also greeting. Pat says, not too bad, thanks. Oh, okay, she's responding. The storm is hitting the UK, loads of high winds and rain. Hopefully your day has started off well. Oh, please stay safe.
Stay warm and safe.
Tangible says, it is interesting. Her book came out, and then all of a sudden they find Tupac killer. Yeah! Tupac and Jada, they'll always be moving like this.
Not dead, them hot.
Dead or alive like this. And also, I know Shem Will probably could never live up to that connection. It's too much. Oh.
Hey, but that was years ago also. When did Tupac pass away?
That is too much. The year was 1994.
That's thug love.
Genie,
they were in their 20s.
That's thug love.
It doesn't matter. She's never forgotten. The world has never forgotten. No, Will also has never forgotten. Nobody has forgotten about Tupac. It's not like your ex-boyfriend from varsity that you've probably forgotten.
Nobody knows.
But your current partner doesn't know. Tupac and Jada are like this. So
I feel like at this stage they're gonna say there was a hidden child that they had, and the child stayed somewhere.
I will not be surprised, man. Scorpio Rising is asking, are we still reading A Little Life? We definitely are. We found a platform that we're trying to test out that we want to read it through. So by the end of this month, maybe we'll be officially letting you guys know how to join on that platform and how we are going to buddy read. But don't worry, it's not going to be anything intense, nothing that's going to give you heart palpitations or anything of the sort. But it will be fun. As fun as we can make it, and I think that I know that A Little Life will be our first book on there. So
as fun as you can make A Little Life, you will be crying. Me, if I could give you guys tissues through the internet,
we can laugh at each other crying because we are crying about people who do not exist.
The power of words.
So Peta is not too bad, thanks. I'm glad you're okay, Scorpio. A lot of people have read that book, Scorpio, and ended up in a deep slump. A Little Life, that is. I'm also reading Before the Coffee Gets Cold.
You got a buddy reader. You got a buddy reader.
Your partner today.
I love it for you guys. And Scorpio says, okay, thank you, Pat. I remember some people were discussing it last month. We definitely want to read it together. Reading with Tepo says, enjoying this Bookish Friday night. Hi, Tepo.
Hi, Tepo.
Thank you for joining. Daisy,
my
I always get so jealous.
My girl.
This whole year I've been so behaved with book buying for myself, right? I probably bought myself like a handful of books, right? But
I'm not part of that conversation.
If this book does not land on my doorstep, and the bookish gods deny this being sent to me, it's fine, Zaiteng. It's fine because I feel like
December is coming out in November.
No, it's fine. Do you know that's what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, fine. And you guys don't want to give me the book, it's fine, Zaiteng. Again, I'm gonna buy myself the book if that's what it comes to.
And everybody's like, pre-order, special covers, hardcovers, and I'm just like, why?
Doing this
I'm sure you guys are and covers.
I'm dizzy. Like,
Yeah,
Yes,
dizzy.
I'm so
Speedy
dizzy.
Pete. Speedy Pete. Daisy says Jane. Well, Jane. Listen, Jane, aka Daisy says Will and Jada. Ne? Prime Time says it's my first time joining the live. Hello, everybody. Hello, Prime Time. Thank you for joining us. Palesa says I'm reading fourth. I'm so jealous. Like I feel like nobody on here is allowed to talk about Fourth Wing. Like
Oh, Fourth
honestly,
Wing.
oh,
You know,
stop
when you're talking about
it.
rereading, I feel like Fourth Wing is the book that I will reread to read book 2 after I read it a month ago.
Oh,
I'm
that's
here about to write.
nice.
Yeah,
But the thing is
it was
also
so
like
good.
I believe you guys. Like I said to you before you started reading from your copy that I sampled this thing.
You
And I was
said
like,
the audiobook.
yes. I
Yeah.
was like, and that's the
Yo.
only reason why I didn't continue with the audiobook. Like I enjoyed Yellowface via audio, right? I was like, oh, this sounds so good. Let me continue. So I was okay listening to it. But with that one, I was like, absolutely not.
No,
I
there's
need
certain
my
books you
copy.
can't. It feels like a crime. It's like, what am I doing? There's
So
certain books I
Gogo,
can't
the
just listen.
jealous
We
master
are
is back.
I'm
Yeah.
dizzy. Oh, I'm
I'm
dizzy.
like,
Even
just
I have
shut it.
FOMO. I even have FOMO now. For
You
the
want to
people
read it
reading.
now
I want
again?
to read it again.
It's
Yo,
pretty
because the
big. Jane
second
is
time
also
around,
good,
it's so much nicer the second time around because you
right?
know what's coming, right? You know the full
That's
story, but
true.
now it's about
That's true.
enjoying the moments.
Somebody has a quote along those lines actually that I saw this week where they say every book should. So I suppose maybe they're talking about books that you actually like, but I think the
Love.
overall thing was that every book should be read at least twice. The first time
Twice.
around
Yeah,
to get the story. The
that was
second
my
time around
Second time
to
around.
enjoy.
yay.
Was it you? Was it you? How
Yay.
does it go?
Yay.
Well, how does it go? The quote. Do you not have it on your phone?
Let me just check quickly.
And that thing I really do believe in with your favorite books. Obviously, we cannot be out
Yeah.
here reading every book twice.
Every single.
The first time around, if I push to get it through, then you must know
I think
It's
it goes
done.
I did my
think
best.
it goes like the first I read books twice. The first time you read it for the story, the second time you read it for the writing. Something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
So for
Oh,
me
Yeah.
right now, I've got books that I've told myself I'm rereading every year. The Poppy War, Red Rising, like Crescent City. I'm going to do my first reread at the end of this year to prepare for book 3. So I already have, and for me now it's series, yo. It's not even just a book.
I was about to say,
What
girl, are you going to be able to? Personally, I've got books that I will allow myself to be called to reread, but there is absolutely no heart of mine that is going to commit to rereading a series every year.
Yeah, I will do it.
It's not
Even if it's just to listen to it. You know,
I've
there's
got books to
times,
read, child. Okay, listening, yes.
yo, there's
Okay, fine.
times where I'm
Listening
just like,
because of and also because of the commuting for me for drop-offs, because this week
yeah,
I really struggled after Black Girls Must Have It All. I said then I was like, what book do I actually want to listen to? It took
want
me
to
a
listen.
while. So I spent like a day
Mm.
just listening to music, which I don't mind. Sometimes it's a nice like break from the
Yeah.
audio. So I was like, but I don't have like a book lined up, and I don't mind rereading books that I did enjoy. But also they have to be child friendly because I'm in this car with this kids child.
Yay.
And
Me,
sometimes the book is so smooth, ne? There's no language, there's no profanity, there's
Hey,
nothing
if
weird.
they're not
And then
listening to what's
random.
going on.
And for me, no, but then also random. Ne? And I always feel like it's as soon as they get into the car after school, then you hear a swear word, and I'm like, yo.
Yo.
Like we were
Oh,
okay,
they'll
you
say-
and I were together the whole time, and there was nothing happening
traveling
towards
with
us.
kids.
Like, now my kids get into the car, and then suddenly bombastic words. Come on. I'm like, and then I am busy struggling
trying
with the
to
buttons
press.
because I'm like, I'm in shock. What's going on?
So for me, with audio, like in the car on my commute to drop her off in the morning, I let her listen to her music. So I told her, mornings are your time to get you pumped up for school. On my way back, I listen, but when I'm fetching her,
how far
I
is
bring
the
my
school?
AirPods. It's about
Okay, how far is
25
the
minutes to 30 minutes.
Sure,
Let's say 30,
that
30
thing
minutes.
of them selecting their own music is only twice a week. Angeke. Sometimes I'm like, even this animation, it's making me very sad. Actually, it's not
Every week, like
motivating
every
me at
day.
all.
This week it's Coco. We are singing
Angeke.
Umpukoloko the whole morning.
No. My kids are actually,
Last
funny
week
enough,
was Encanto.
getting into today, Mina, it was over the moon. Angeke, guys. But funny enough, they're getting into amapiano. So sometimes I get away with let's listen to like, something
She likes African beats. So she likes African beats. But when I play the African beats one, she's just like, Mama, play Calm Down. So now the whole time we're listening, baby, calm down. Calm down. I'm like, don't you mind?
For me, sometimes that's better. For me, that's better. I get it. No worries.
Oh, but what I was saying about
rereads,
rereads, oh, sorry. What I was saying about rereads, what helps me is that sometimes I'll be looking for a book, like let's say specifically fantasy. I want to read a fantasy, but I want it to be high fantasy, fast paced. I want action. And I don't know if the book I'm about to start is going to give me that. I go into Red Rising. And that's what I did this year. Went into Red Rising. It put me on such a high.
Kind of like it's your reset.
At my reset, yes.
Rereading your favorite books is a kind of a reset for you. I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. Okay, so Pearl says, I'm going to read Alice's Island by Daniel Betuna Sanchez Arevalo. Has anyone read it? Listen to me, it's the name for me.
I've never
know because of the name that I'd never ever heard of it. Huh? Daniel. I love it for you. I love it. Do you know that I do that as well with character names in books, where I feel like there's no need for this name to be so difficult, and I'm stumbling on it every time. So if it's Daniel, I'm like, this one now from here on forth is
that dude.
And I move on. If the
guy with the red cap. You remember there's something about
and I'm struggling. Then their name is S, and I keep it moving. I can't be stumbling across people's names in a book. I really want to see. Hey, really Bonnie. She said, "Not me, almost missing this month's slang. Dumalang baratu. Hey,
Dumalang ratu.
Hello. And then everybody's greeting Tepo and really born. Okay, guys, let's get into it. I feel like Fridays we always give each other grace, right? We haven't seen each other for a while. We're catching up and all that nice stuff, but we also want to read. So we don't want to not read. We definitely don't want. I still don't know what I'm reading. I think. Okay, let me just read Tepo's. I'm sure by the time I'm done reading Tepo's comment, I will definitely be done. Tepo says, I have no self-control, actually reading 4 books at the same time. Love it for you. Naledi His Love, absolutely loved that one. The Heart of Redness, that's an interesting read. So you're 25% into Naledi His Love, 55% into Heart of Redness. This one is by Xoxo, right? Yes. I remember reading it, but it was a while ago. That one was quite nice for me. No Easy Walk to Freedom, haven't read it. 1% in. Slovo,
it's that 1%.
Okay, and then
I need to know how.
But also,
how are we measuring that 1%?
He's juggling fiction and non-fiction. Maybe he's read the prologue or maybe the first chapter. So he's actually started reading the book. It's not. It's not opened it.
You opened it.
And maybe read the chapter title, he's actively started
1%.
1%. I like it. I like it. Prime Time says, thank you, everyone. I'm excited for the sprint. Love it. Pat,
thank you, Pat.
Smash that like button. Please do, guys. And remember to hydrate.
Intoxicate.
Always, there must always be a balance. Balance is important.
We stay awake.
Please, important. Courtney says, I fed her to the beast, and the beast is me. What?
I saw that cover.
What is that?
I saw that.
Sounds nice. Yo,
The
I was
title
just
on
like,
its
what?
own, but also the title on its own is something. So tell us more. We will find out about this one after the sprint, please. Otherwise, we'll never start. Charity will cue the cover after the hour. Self-control. The people don't have self-control, but we certainly do have
Yeah, so
self-control.
self-control because I'm already looking at it.
Self-control.
I'm
It's
keeping
fine for
quiet.
you, but we are starting the sprint now. Okay, enjoy, guys. We'll chat after the hour.
Okay, joy.
Can you guys hear me? I think my network is
Yes.
acting up. Oh, hi. How did it go? Also, with you on
It went
Go
well
ahead.
for me.
Is-
Before I die, my signal gives me
Yes,
issues.
that's what I'm afraid of.
My main character, I don't know her name, firstly,
Mhm.
but she is a graduate, and she's decided to sleep for a year,
True.
or to just sleep. Like she wants to sleep. She's just and
You
to
said
isolate.
sleep to me. As in sleep. Lala.
Sleep,
Ukulala.
yes.
Hey, ukulala.
For a year. I'm not sure I'm understanding.
So far, it looks like it's a year, but I am on now currently on page. I'm actually sleepy, but I need gum
Same. Yo.
and I need to go downstairs to go make tea. I'm trying to avoid getting any meds for this nose that I keep doing this. But I'm on page 27 now. I found the book on Audible, so I'm listening to the audiobook. And yeah, whenever she wakes up, she just walks to the bodega and she goes to buy whatever. She doesn't shower. She showers once a week. She decided not to shave, not to tweeze, not to wax, not to do
No,
anything.
please stop. For me, it's the showering. Please, no, stop that.
Guys, she's paid her house taxes a year in advance. She got an inheritance from her parents. Like she's just weird, guys. I would never. Like, what about? Oh,
We're not
the only
sure.
time she knows about what's happening around the world is by the bodega with the front pages of the newspapers, and she just glances. She doesn't care about what's happening in the world. She knows Bush is standing for presidency, blah blah blah, but it don't matter. She doesn't care. All she wants to do is just sleep. So she gets a psychiatrist to prescribe stuff, and it's legal stuff, and everything is by the book, but she adds other things. So she only sees like the bodega guys, the cute bodega guys, the one friend, and the psychiatrist, and that's it. Like, that's it. And she just sleeps.
Is
And
that
she has
healthy
to,
though?
for her to walk to the bodega,
Oh yeah,
has to
for me
drink
that's where I'm stuck.
alcohol.
Like I would have been like a month, yes, maybe, but a year. This person is on medication and drinking alcohol.
Like she drinks. She only drinks when she needs to get out, like to go somewhere, like to go to the
So she can't face
pharmacy.
the world
To
without
pharmacy.
without drinking.
Like one shot, and she walks, and that's like a once every 3 weeks. So she drinks. Like she's
Yeah,
not
but what I'm trying to
overdosing on
understand is that,
anything.
but then she can't go out into the world without drinking.
Without encouragement.
So
Liquid
Yeah,
but what
encouragement.
it's social
but
anxiety.
what is the backstory? Oh, have you not gotten there? What's the backstory? What caused her to make these decisions? And also, like, if the
not
title is
nothing.
about her, wait, if the title is about her, I don't think it's true. This does not sound to me like rest and relaxation. It's actually giving me anxiety.
No.
But yeah, rest and
I'm also
relaxation.
like,
There's no rest and relaxation here.
what?
It sounds more like somebody
Yes, you
who's
lost your
depressed
parents.
and going through extremes to get help.
Exactly, something is not right.
And the people here who are describing this book, they're like viciously funny. The super
viciously
abundantly
funny.
talented Moshler is always a deep pleasure to read. Moshler's second novel is as arresting as her first, filled with warped desires and dislocation,
There's the second
but
one.
also wisdom and warmth. Yeah. And the other one was actually, I think, nominated for a Man Booker. There's one book of hers that
Oh,
was she's a big deal. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I don't know.
interesting.
But yeah,
Interesting. Okay, how did
it's
yours
easy to
go?
though. So,
Okay, your network is acting up. How did yours go, Nonhly?
Oh, mine, I'm on page 35. And when it started, I forgot the name of the characters, but no, man, I did not forget. It's just that, it's those unfamiliar words like names, so you take time to remember them. So, Fumiko is having a conversation with her, I think, current boyfriend when it starts, and they're breaking up, I think. So I don't know what led to that as the book starts like that. So I'm looking forward to that. And then there's also some interesting things happening here because apparently there's this guy who has some time traveling. I don't know what it's called exactly, but you can go back to the past if you guys understand. So she wants to go back to the past and change the situation. I wonder, yeah, because you know what they say, you can't, whatever you do in the past with time machine, you can't change the present. So yeah, so it sounds interesting. I'm looking forward to that. And I also want to know what actually led to the breakup. As the book starts, they're breaking up with the guy. Yes.
Okay.
So that's how far I am.
Okay. Cool. Let me just go through some of the comments, Charity, before we start. So Tepo actually clarified. Ari, what % refers to the title? It does count, book lover.
I love it.
How many titles do we read at the bookstore? So we read 1% of all of these books.
Pentagon.
Yeah, we read 1% of all of these books.
Yes.
I'm like, listen, this is a different perspective for
Or
me.
maybe-
Like, thank you, Tepo. Thanks.
Maybe Tepo, maybe what Tepo is saying is you have to read it inside of the book. Read the title inside of the book. That's your 1%.
I was gonna say maybe he at least
The
read
prologue.
the chapter heading or the prologue. Like that's you starting a book, right? But
Or this part to
the
Susan.
dedication,
Hey.
the dedication. No,
Is
it's
what-
just the title. Tom. You've read
Me,
1%.
that's what I wanted to know. That 1% was very interesting to me. Because I know on Storygraph I've never logged 1%, even when I'm
good thing you are.
Hi.
Uh,
I've heard it all. Apate, she finished Lone Women by Victor LaVale. And Tangible says it was good. Black ballerina using godly powers to get what she deserves. Okay, this is this book. I love the title, so I was very intrigued.
The cover.
I feed her to the beast, and the beast is me. So that's very interesting. So
it
that's
has
what
this
that's
black
about.
girl like submerged in water kind of cover, and there's like a face of like the devil.
You can share. You can share. You can share it.
Let me open it. Let's see. Presents. It doesn't want to let me.
Okay.
No, I'm sharing. I wanted to open the picture to be a bit bigger.
Oh, okay. I hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, why does this cover remind me of blood and water? Does it not? Hi guys.
Yes.
It kind of does remind you of blood and water.
I see it.
Yeah.
So this is the cover. It looks so good. And at the back, if you like zoom in, there's a skull situation happening.
Beauty and the Beast.
That's interesting.
It's like it sounds like she's a ballerina in Paris, and I don't know if she wasn't doing well or whatever, but she went to this blood river to go make a deal with this beast. But I don't know if it made her want to feed. I don't know, but I don't want to read the synopsis.
Okay, I hear you.
This is what it looks like. Yeah.
I hear you. I hear you. Okay, Tangible says she's also wanting to read Lone Women. She keeps hearing that title a lot. I know how that feels. Prime Time says I'm finishing Ikunga. Oh, my favorite in the series. I absolutely loved that book. I'm loving the series. Love to hear it. Love to hear it.
Yes.
Pat says Courtney is Tangible Reads had a live
Yes.
discussion last night for I Feed Her to the Beast, and the Beast is me by Haibowena. Okay, fine. I hope it's saved so that we can go back. And you know what? I don't think we follow each other, guys, most of us, on like your social media, because I'm not often like online on YouTube a lot, but I would make time for you guys if I knew that you guys were going live. So if we are on each other's, if you are on social media, I know Pat is not on most social media platforms. Don't mind. It's okay to tag, or at least me. I don't mind being tagged on your stuff, just to let us know that you'll be going live or you have something coming up. Or maybe if in the community, I don't know how YouTube community works, but if you can tag, please feel free to do so. We would love to also participate in the stuff that you guys do.
Because what I usually see, if somebody puts up that they're gonna go live, there's a button that says remind me, which I normally do, but I'm always on YouTube.
I was about to say, so I'm
So I always see it. So if you're not, then you won't see that.
That's why I'm like, please tag me. But if you do see those charity, feel free to share as well.
Okay, because I do land on Courtney's lives randomly sometimes.
This one sounds like it would be nice. Like the premise of the book sounds nice. It would be nice to hear what the author has to say. Courtney says it was a great time. So glad Bonnie was my co-host. Thank you for coming to it, Pat. Oh, Pat is so supportive. Hey, I love that about you, Pat. Thank you so much for that. Google says, hello everyone. I'm reading Get a Life Clear Ground. Oh yes, girl. Enjoy.
I loved it.
Mayama says, everyone, I'm listening to Lone Woman. I go this book.
Lone Woman is.
Hey, we need to find out what are you googling? Ampule looks like she's googling. Are you googling?
She does.
Okay, please tell us more. I hope I can finish up tonight. I hope so too. Hi, Didi. Thank you for having
Didi.
Pat is greeting. Didi's greeting, and Reliboni says, feeling sleepy is so relatable. LOL. Old age.
It looks thrillerish.
Okay, I'll look at the cover now. Let me finish this comment. Reading 3-Egg Dilemma. It's giving spooky season. Yes! Moribo Morejele is a very talented writer. I think for you then, Ompi, is this not a suggestion?
We seriously have an egg dilemma in South Africa.
Wait, man, when you making me think of all those TikToks.
Everybody, we don't have eggs. Bird flu. Well, I have eggs. I have eggs in my house.
Hey, when I egg queen, does this not fall into your recommendations?
Thank you, Rilvani.
Okay, so you guys want to talk about South Africa not having eggs? You want to expose us to the internet and the world?
I just think that the title sounds very relatable.
Hundreds of rands.
Come to my house for breakfast, okay? Come to my house.
Egg queen, marathon runner. Yes, good news. You are flourishing in this season of your life.
Now it's time for you guys to come to Heidelberg to the farmers and get some eggs, cheap.
Hi, Gembela. There's no other way.
Yeah, no, we must go to this country.
Listen, Jane says, Relibone, I walked into a book talk where the author was the guest by absolute accident. It was actually fun. Oh, she's talking about this. By
3-Egg Dilemma. Morabo.
It's more than 3x. The dilemma is bigger and bigger.
Country
Says, oh wow,
without chicken.
what are they like as a person? Okay. I think that's always intriguing for me as well when it comes to authors. That says charity is not water, it's blood. Listen, she showed us that cover, and I was like, yeah, no, listen, now I'm seeing red. Jane says, Ridwane funny, very funny and warm. It felt like that is exactly the way he was meant to be met without knowing he's an author. Oh, that's so nice. Jane says he is such a lovely storyteller. And Ridwane says that's amazing. Well, these authors are busy having chit chats among themselves here in the comments. We love to see
It's
you.
actually beautiful.
So nice.
Thank you, and we love to
it.
know that you, as authors, are also readers. Jane is laughing at about the egg situation. So, in absentia of Charity, I'll tell you about Yellowface. So I am currently on page 58, which is the start of chapter 5. And I don't know how to talk about this book without spoiling, right? Because okay. So
Spoilers.
I know, but I know a lot of people want to read it.
I win.
I also want
Queen
to
of
read it.
point.
I also want to read it.
I'm just asking for forgiveness from the get-go, because it is going to be one of those that's difficult to tell without spoiling. It's fine, but then I'm saying it's going to be difficult to tell without spoiling. So, our main character's name is June, aka Juniper, or Juniper, aka June, and she is friends with Athena. These two are young authors, right? They are in their late 20s. And they happen to be acquaintances, but like convenient acquaintances, right? They pretend to be friends for their convenience or for somebody else's convenience. But the person who is making it, they both went to Yale, right? But the person who's making it between the two of them happens to be Athena. Athena, it sounds like she is of Asian descent and is the most celebrated author, right? So this is like it's not a rivalry, but there's a lot of jealousy in the story. So when it starts, they out for drinks, they're having fun together. Athena's book has just been chosen to be a Netflix kind of, I don't know if it's a movie or series. Anyway, she invites June, and remember I said June is like an acquaintance. So for me, from the get-go, it doesn't make sense. Like, where are your friends, Chomi? Where is your family? For this special occasion, for you to choose some random acquaintance to be the person that you celebrate with. But okay, so she loves attention. She gets a lot of attention, this Athena character. So where they are, they get bored, and she invites June over to her place. Now, you must remember that June, her career did not take off at the same pace as Athena's. So there is a little bit of jealousy, like I'm saying, in this. They get to Athena's place, they start drinking, or they keep on drinking, and they start playing a game that leads to Athena's death, right? Athena dies. But before she's dead, she was
Didn't she choke on like an omelette? Athena. Oh, a pancake.
So,
sorry.
Before she dies, they delve into this new book that Athena was writing that is so brilliant. Her first draft is done. She allows, and I feel like to an extent, for me, it feels like she lures June in for her to be so intrigued. Firstly, yes, June is curious, but also Athena, I feel like it's kind of like,
no, Athena likes attention, so she likes to be.
Yes. So, but I also felt like she could have been on some. Oh no, this is the draft, first draft. I'm leaving it, because she was only looking for the bottom when she saw this thing, right? But then I feel like Athena was like, "Ooh, do you want to read it? Here it is. Have a look. Do you get what I'm trying to say?" So she couldn't resist. Next thing, fellow, the manuscript disappears. And this is where we are finding where the manuscript has gone and what has been done with the manuscript and the justifications of what has been done with the manuscript, right? So there's a lot of humor, there's a lot of what? I got to a point where even I'm like taking notes on these transparent things, right? And I was saying, you know what? Human nature is so weird that had you been in June's position, chances are very high you would have done exactly what she did in that situation. But as we're reading this, I'm like, but there's no remorse from this person. This person feels justified to have done what she was doing, which is essentially a crime. And especially as a creative, how do you get to a point where it's okay for you to take somebody else's work, even if you adjust it here and there and make it your own? But then for me, the intrigue of the story is June's character, right? And how she processes stuff and how she thinks through stuff and how some of the things that she thinks through are quite relatable. There are moments when I'm like, yeah, no.
I understand.
You are right. Just sit here. So it's also like a very, it's also like it's giving moments of who are you as in me? Now I have to ask myself, who exactly am I, like in the context of reading this thing, because why are these things okay? But anyway,
but I kind of,
it's a very fun read.
No, it is. June is one of those characters. It's like you love to hate, but you love to love them because it's like you're just like, but June, no, this is not right. But you're just like, oh shit, June,
and then she
get a break.
does the wrong
Like,
thing.
you deserve
the
it.
wrong thing, and you're like, oh no, I get,
Yo,
I understand.
I
I
get it.
understand. And because I've read this before, right? And the experience is totally different actually when you are reading with the book. But because I've read this before, I know where it's going, of course, right? And the more that I know what's coming next, the more I'm like, God, to an extent, I forgive you for having no morals. To a very like
a very thin line.
I think I deserve something, Jay, just to, no. So yeah, no, she's fixing the world. She's fixing the world.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how mine went. I'm enjoying it. How did yours go?
Is that me? Sorry, I was on a call for some of this. So I managed to do a TikTok because I did say I want to do productivity first. And in terms of reading, I'm now on page 18. I've forgotten how easy this book reads. It reads so fast. Like I've just found
that's
moving
nice.
on because I think
You're on
I ended
80,
up like,
80.
No, 18, 18.
Oh, okay.
Because I think I read for like 20 minutes. But what I like is that it just picks up immediately from where we left off in Throne of Glass. So if you remember what this is about, we're following a main character called Selena, who is or was an assassin and then got arrested for crimes against the kingdom, put in this slavery type prison, and then they took her out of a year in that prison, and most people don't survive like months in there. And they gave her a chance to basically fight for her freedom to become the king's champion. As we know, with all fantasy, she's gonna become the king's champion. It's not even a spoiler. And she is meant to work for this king for the next, I think it's 5 years, doing whatever he asks for. And this king is not a good person because he's a colonizer. Nah? So let's get that out of the way. He's a colonizer, so she's now meant to do every single thing he asks for 5 years, and then she gains her freedom.
Yes, I remember this. Yeah.
The writing, I love it. It's so easy to read. I like the banter in here already. I've already done my first tab.
Girl, listen.
Because
I'm also like, girl.
You're in it. Because I'm just like, she's gonna cause trouble. I can see she's going to be trouble. And I'm just nervous. I'm just nervous for her because I'm just like, where's this gonna go, Cece? Like, what is your plan here? Because you're just doing things on a whim. What is your plan? But yeah, so far, so good.
Okay.
I want to see how her writing has progressed as well from
the previous. Okay. Really want to say, if you have 30 eggs, we should pour some. And you know, Pamela, do you guys know Pamela Tanga? I don't know, but she did this like TikTok/real situation where she was pulling the eggs out of a Gucci paper bag, right? And she was saying, "Oh guys, I'm doing my very first luxury unboxing." please don't ask me how much this costs because I'm not comfortable telling people how much this costs, and I don't want sales coming for me. So now I'm seeing Gucci, and I'm like, yeah, what did she buy?
What did she buy? You guys, but this country, why are we like this?
It's really bad.
In this country, if we know how to do something, is take a serious situation and make it so light and funny.
But I think that's
we
how
know
we
how
stay
to do
alive,
that.
guys. Like we have
That's,
to. Keep
that's how we
laughing.
survive.
Like, if you don't laugh, then listen.
Oh, I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling this pressure of the egg situation. Hey,
I love eggs. I don't want to lie to you, but I also haven't felt the pressure. But I don't know. They're dwindling in number. Ne? The only person that doesn't eat. The only person that doesn't eat eggs in this house is my son because he is allergic. So now I'm like, hey, I better not go to the shops and find 500 rand for 60.
For
because then
they'll start selling it too.
Then I'm causing a scene. Then you must be sure that I am going to cause a scene.
Because like me and eggs, we're like, I'm not supposed to have eggs because they actually make me very nauseous. My daughter is allergic. But actually, like every time I eat eggs, I actually like I would throw up. So I'm not technically supposed to have them, but sometimes I would like, Mara, a boiled egg would be nice. So now this egg situation, I'm just like, guys.
Trust you mean these eggs because also for some reason during this wave of this egg situation is when I'm actually baking again. So I'm baking again. So every like Sunday. So I'm like, I think I don't know. In my head, I live in another world because there I am. Sunday, I feel like 6 eggs. I'm like,
all for baking.
I had eggs for breakfast. Eh?
You're living large.
And in my head, I'm like, did I not hear there was a crisis? What's going on?
You are living large. This morning when I went to the office, I walked into a conversation about.
That could happen though is for those eggs to rot during this crisis. Then I'd cry. Then I would definitely cry.
Because then it's like what a waste. Now I'm saying this morning, like this egg thing, guys. It's so serious. I walked into a conversation after getting to the office, and people were like, "Yes, guys, now us on a diet, you can't even do eggs on a diet because like protein, like protein eggs."
And you know how sometimes people are so fancy with that protein. They're like, I don't eat the yolk because I want the protein from the white. Whoa, you eat everything.
Everything you eat.
I eat because I am. No, I eat because I am.
No, picky, you eat my whole egg. Please. Someone says smaller than a progress from 65% to 69% on Slow for the Unfinished Autobiography by Joe Slovo, forward by Nelson Mandela. What are you gonna say? Are you gonna talk about
it's the stats. It's the stats that Tepo is rocking me with here.
I absolutely love how he is.
I love the stats.
I have no idea. All I know
is it like a thumbsuck of like it kind of looks like you see me? I feel like it looks like 3%. Like I feel like I'm 3% into it.
I'm hoping it's not a thumbsuck.
Is it like
I've got so much faith in you. I'm hoping you looked at the total number of pages and you actually did the actual math. That you are not thumbsucking.
That's a lot.
You don't think so? You think
it's a lot of work.
No, but you'll know it.
But I guess if you're tracking on an app.
50%, but even if without an app,
yeah,
50% is, you'll know at least where 75% is. But this 69% and
it's the 69.
I'm hoping that he's very mathematically inclined.
Yeah.
Because definitely I would be able to tell you 25%, 50%, 75%.
That's where it goes. Me, I'm somewhere but my 3-4%.
You could be at 0.5% as we speak. Don't know. Suppose
the book that I'm reading it.
Book except in the Black urban complexes, the written word had already become the most important channel of contact with people, and weekends were set aside for literature drives. Oh, that's so nice. You know, yes, there are things that I feel like we lost that we shouldn't have. Like even the just the concept of just writing letters, right? Back in the day, you had to read in order for you to be able to write good letters, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Never mind that phase where people would write Shakespearean inspired letters. Let's forget that. But then for you to really write proper English, right? When you are at the mines and you're writing to your wife in the rurals or whatever the case might be, right? You had to have a way with words, right? And there used to be these drives, libraries, etc. Or even like for me, my most favorite thing about our culture is just the storytelling, right? Because obviously education was not something that a lot of people had the privilege of accessing, right? So just the mere fact that we could use our imagination and our voices to create stories that we it's almost like if your grandmother told you a story, you felt like you should remember the story so that either you're gonna floss in front of your cousins, or you want to keep the story so that you can also retell it, maybe in the same setting, to feel like, you know, she's passed this on to me, and now I also know the sequence of the story. I know who the villain is. I know who the protagonist is, and you know, yes, I loved that so much. I really did. Don't wanna lie. So this just reminded me of this. Yeah, we have lost that to an extent. But I was telling my kids, my son was quoting some poem. Well, he was reciting some poem he learned at school. John, the way I was so delighted, oh my God! And the flow made sense. So like it flowed properly. I was like, why did you feel the need to remember it? But I'm like, hey, keep it up. Yes, this is what I want. I want people here in this house. You must go around quoting things, man. It must happen, you know?
Every poet.
Go around quoting things.
I love it.
Please quote. We must quote here, please. Quote. I love it. Love it. I think Ompi's frozen. I think she wanted to say something. I really want to say is I definitely miss getting letters. I do too. I don't want to lie. Guys, you guys must write me letters, please. Not emails. I really miss that. It was so thoughtful and considerate. And the thing is, the person really, and the thing is, the person actually applies themselves, right? It's not an absent-minded kind of situation. You have to put time aside. You have to. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Make sure that
it was very intentional.
I love it.
It's very intentional.
We're way too busy, and our business is just making us.
Maybe this should be an exercise for this month for us. Let's write each other letters.
Yes, guys, we could letters.
Just a smaller.
What is speaking in
Secret Santa letter.
She really wants a letter.
Hey, please, Joe, I even spoke a language that I have no business speaking. Everyone says, "Oh, manager, we just want December to come because we have had it." Finally, you know, with this year, though, I don't want to lie to you. It's the end of now today, right now. I'll say thank you so much. Thank you so much. And
I feel like come December, I need a cleansing because I cannot.
And
also, I feel like I need a cleansing in December. I cannot bring this energy into 2024. I want nothing of 2023 in 2024.
If it's not Zira telling me that she didn't get that, I'm Kulumina. What is that? Okay, let's push another hour, guys.
Okay, let me get this
review. So I hope you guys get to make more dates in your stories. Please tell us why that person is sleeping for a year. I need to understand what's going on. I'm very invested.
Okay.
Hi, type it like this. Who's this? Don't fight.
That's me. I'm busy with I'm continuing with my review because I want to finish. I want to get my review posted.
Typing like Queen on Generations. Remember?
Right. She's fighting. Yeah. All right. Let's start with you, Charity. How did it go?
Did productivity and wrote a review for a book that I realized I've already written a review for.
That
Sounds better. It sounds better now. And it's also on Goodreads and on Storygraph.
okay, that's nice.
I managed to get to page 34 of the book. So far, so good. I feel like so the way that she's writing her book, there's no clear cut of perspective. So it's not like chapter one is Selena, chapter two is this person. There's like a break within the chapter, but I feel like the way she does it here is much better than the way she did it in the first book. In the first book, sometimes I would get a bit lost and not pick up from the get-go that I'm reading from a different person until they talk about the person I thought was was telling the story, if that makes sense. But now it's I think the writing flows much better. But yeah, I'm only on page 35. There's still a bit of a tension between the main character Selena and her guard and the prince, because there was a bit of not a bit of a love triangle, but they had their own different relationships to each other, and she had kind of like a thing going on with the prince, but the minute that she became the champion, she kind of ended it because it's like it's not gonna work out if I'm working for your father as an assassin. But you can see like they still like each other, but she has this other relationship with the king's guard who also happens to be the best friend to the prince. So it's also like a little bit weird, but there's like there's some better, there's like some three-way
Love
situation
triangle.
here.
Yeah,
There's a love triangle situation. So I don't know where it's going. I don't know where it's going, but I kind of like that because it like she's slowly building this relationship with both people, and you have no idea where it's going to go. I know who I want her to end up with. If this does end up in a romance, which I think it will, but I don't know. I don't know. There's no clear cut thing to tell us where it's going. But yeah, so far so good.
Okay. How did it go for you? I'll go with Ompi just in case there's an issue.
So I realized that in the previous sprint, I missed some key information. So I went back to go and tab so that I make sense of the character, because I feel like there is a mental health issue that I'm missing, and I've tabbed a bit, and now my conclusion is that yes, there is an issue, and the main character's name is unknown. The person that I know the name of is the doctor and the best friend, whom she actually doesn't like. The best friend comes in, she comes and goes. She brings her wine, and she's so self-involved. I guess that's why the main character doesn't like her, and she's jealous of her. So I'm marking as well in pink the red flags that I see about their friendship from when they first met, and like as the friendship progressed, she appears to be jealous of the main character, because there's moments where she's like she's not deserving of. I think she doesn't understand the reason why this person just wants to sleep. She sees it as privilege, like you've gotten all this inheritance, you're able to live in like
And do nothing.
comfort, and do nothing basically. But
because I was about to ask, when you said that they're best friends, but she doesn't like her, and I'm just like, is this something that comes from?
I don't think she likes people.
Like way back. Oh, okay.
I don't
like in
think
general.
yeah, it's a general
How do they
thing.
become best friends? Or it's like just the longest friend you've had.
But
Like they know the
they've got
most about you.
similarities. They had similar interests. Their best friend is an executive assistant, and she is dating her boss, who is married with a child, and he is middle aged, and they have a common like of middle aged men because the relationships that they've had with their age mates haven't really worked out. And she justifies a lot of the things that like how she's taking pills to like sleep. And she says, I'm not a junkie though. She keeps reminding her friend that I'm not a junkie though. But the friend somehow shows her by saying, you really shouldn't mix alcohol with your meds. But are you sure you're fine? You know? So I went back. So now I'm gonna continue with this last hour. Hopefully in the 45 minutes I will be able to understand the doctor's um reasoning for assisting because she found the doctor on the yellow pages, guys, and and her reason for the like how I'll decide I want to sleep, and then she'll just pace through psychologists, and then she will call at a random time, and all the psychologists were not answering, and this one person answered, and yeah, that's how.
I thought this like when I read the your sound is
She's still
gone,
talking,
Fred.
but her sound is gone. Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw the title of this book, I thought this was like a motivational type book. I'm
Same,
just like,
same,
what is
same. I'm like,
happening?
that's why I asked, is it a
What's
fiction or
happening?
non-fiction? That's why I was like,
Yo, why is it so? I don't even know what to classify this as, but hobby easy.
mm.
And that
I
is
hear
going
you.
on.
How did it go, Nonhly?
Yo, guys, me, I'm struggling to read. I am
Yeah,
so
Fridays.
tired.
Oh
I'm
no.
so
Yeah, Fridays are
sleepy.
hard.
The minute I just put on the earphones, I just fall asleep. So I decided to be a bit more productive. I've been editing my TikToks, just trying to stay awake because I don't know, just it's like something just came over me. But
It's
yeah, I didn't do
exhaustion.
much reading. I'll just try again in the morning. But then this book sounds like it's a nice book. The bit that I've read, and I want to know more. So what I don't want to do is to force myself to read this, and then I don't remember some information. Then I'm gonna have to go back to. So I will,
Wasted
yeah,
time.
yes. So I'll just try
Maybe
to be productive, and
maybe
then I will just pick up tomorrow. Yeah.
tomorrow. I was gonna say if maybe you're still keen on reading, maybe try those graphic novels. Try to reading a few pages and see if you will
The
pick
did you send a
pick up.
link next?
I sent it in the group, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Because
I'll
I
try
remember
that.
when I was reading, I was kind of feeling sleepy, but the minute I went through it, I was just cackling so much that
Okay.
I felt energetic afterwards. And now it's like I need to sleep now, but
Yeah.
what must I do with this energy?
All right. I will try
I'm
that,
also
Fred.
feeling tired, Shem, Nonhly. I completely understand. I think this last hour is also going to be a push for me. So let me go through the comments before I talk about Yellow Face. Tepo was saying, indeed, we used to be a nation of letters before the arrival of the TV and the internet. And Ompi was quoting something, I guess, from her book. It says, I can't point to anyone even that resulted in my decision to go into hibernation. Initially, I just wanted some downers to drown out my thoughts and judgments. Since the constant, I hope it's the same. It's still the same quote.
I
Okay,
think
anyway,
so with the dots.
yeah. Since the constant barrage made it hard not to hate everyone and everything, I thought life would be more tolerable if my brain was slower to condemn the world around me. Yo, this person ya go on. Nam ya go
Hey.
like I want to sleep for a year. Yo, Auntie Cat, Good evening, fam. Bahlalapi, aba late, like hi.
Right where you are.
In fact, you have no seat. You must be standing against the wall because
We must all see you standing.
arrive an hour before the show is over by the wall. I mean, there's no seat for you, huh? I'm trying out a spell of good things. I think Ompi was going on about how good it is with the audio just as we started today. Tepo says smolanyana progress. Every time it's a smolanyana progress.
But there's progress.
Like 11%. Page 30 of 253. No easy walk to freedom by Nelson Mandela, forward by Walter Sisulu, and introduction by Oliver Tambo. Okay, I feel like political books are your thing, and you are in good company because Kat is here
with
now.
Kat. Yeah, I was about to say, Kat, you are here with your book. Look at that! Just tag me on the cover.
You see,
Kat is already there.
2 of you are gonna be like this. Tell like
do your thing. Do your thing.
Okay, I don't know which part you are amending here, Jeremy. Yeah, it's this fundile lab.
I'm trying to place it.
Oh, I can't point to any one event. This is it. I can't point to any one event that resulted. Okay. All right.
In hibernation.
Yeah, I can hibernate. And the other day I posted, which means I wish I can get lost. Just get lost for just you can't find me for a little bit. Just no one knows.
Where's Vuvu? Are you? Where are you? WhatsApp.
I want to get lost. What is really what are talking about? Unpopular opinion. Are you swearing? Ha! Is what you're saying here. What are we talking about? What is she reading? What is she reading? Why is she so passionate? What's going on?
Irrelevant. Explain yourself.
What did she say? I'm trying to find. All I saw was
memoirs are fan fiction. There's the unpopular opinion.
Yeah. Can't consider. Okay, let's find episode. Okay, Tepo. So then, Reba says, wanted to say unpopular opinion. Memoirs are fan fiction. In what way? Before I agree, like I feel like I'm inclined to agree, but just share a little bit more of your thinking first. As I share Yellow Face. So I am currently on page 116 of Yellow Face.
Moving.
We're moved, girl.
You're moving with June.
Yes,
yeah.
Has she changed her name? Has she changed her name?
Yes, to June Song. So the thing is, for me though, that's the talent with Rebecca, aka RF Kwang, is that in the specific story, is that she's got the surface story, right, that everybody's gonna get, which is the betrayal, which is you backstabbing, you plagiarizing, you
stealing of my intellectual property.
Yes. And then in that, she also injects some historical fiction about Asia, China, through the telling, the context that she gives us of the actual story that's been stolen, right? And then at the same time, she's also telling the story of the trouble with the publishing, and mainly obviously American publishing industry, right? But then also in the same story, right, she's also getting you to ask a lot of questions about your morality and
what would you
your
do?
Entitlements, and how far you would go for what you think you deserve, and for you to rectify your own story, and what you think is owed to you, etc. Like, there's a lot that she's doing, but she is doing it through such a simple story, and I feel like that's where the magic of the story is, right? So you see the basic story, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong if all you walk away with is the basic story, because I think that the rest of it is like the injection of the intelligence in her writing, right? That I suppose she runs the risk of it being missed or it's being picked up. But I think that it's so brilliantly done. Like, she's doing such a good job.
I'm listening and I'm smiling because I'm like, I just love this author so much.
Yeah, no,
I just love
really
her
good.
so much. Like, she's
really
like
good.
what we were saying earlier, she's the kind of author where the more you read, even if it's the same book, the more you get out of it. Like, there's so much, like you're saying, there's so much that she did in the story, but it didn't feel convoluted. Like, it wasn't like, oh my gosh, why are you doing so many things? Like, you could have like read
and
it
the book
and
and the
read it
actual
as
story is so accessible, right? And like I'm
is.
saying, the surface story as well is so entertaining. There's so much humor. There's like I'm like, girl, how did you do this? Like, what do you drink? Like, what happens? Like, what do you bath in? Like, let's talk. How?
I think the other thing that made it interesting for me, because she's highlighting kind of like trends in writing, right? The Asian authors are very popular, so they're more likely right now to get published, whereas June is a Caucasian author and she's feeling the punch of, I'm not getting published because I'm not hip right now. I'm not what's trending right now. Whereas before, that's what was normal. So now it's like putting you in a place where, as a white author, should I even be feeling this way because other kids haven't had the chance all this time, and now you come and you make yourself racially ambiguous so that you seem like, and I was just like,
so for me, with that racial ambiguity and the kind of story that she's stolen and rewritten, there's that whole understanding or that whole commentary on cultural appropriation or misappropriation and who has the right to tell which story, right? And you know what? To a degree, this is highly interrogated in this story. But then, there's a part I think where June says, basically, as an author, you kind of have a poetic license to write about the things that you research deeply, right? So this is me, like, obviously paraphrasing whatever the situation is, and I don't necessarily think it's true. I'm gonna say that from the context of, if I were to research the war in Ethiopia, let's say, for example, right, and because I want to write a story based there, but I've never gone there, I've never lived there, I've never truly interacted in that, but then I've done my research. That does not mean that I can write compassionately and intelligently about that people. And this is not to restrict. Obviously, I can have an Ethiopian character in my story. But when you go into the historical elements of things, I don't really think that you can write about everything that you research. I think that there has to be, okay, not that you can't, obviously you can, but I think that the impact comes from a closely lived experience with the subject of your story. And that's how you can pick up when, let's say, for example, a male author tries to write a female character, but really doesn't get it right, or a female character tries to write a male character and really doesn't get it that like to the core. It's the same as a white author trying to write a black character and a black author trying to write a white character. And that's not to say there's people that don't do it well, right? There's debate obviously around books such as The Help about their white savior, what. But in actual fact, Catherine, the author of The Help, I think wrote those black characters so well, to the point where for me, it took me a while, as in I was very far into the book, for me to realize that they are actually white. I think it's the same thing with the author of To Kill a Mockingbird. I think that when they started writing the black characters, they brought them very, very well, right? So there are those situations where I suppose it depends on how much this person invests in knowing and watching these people, right? To be able to put them into those characters. But I am of the view that it doesn't always work. And that you take a risk, and that you can't be so naive and arrogant to say, I'm a writer.
I've done research.
I can write whatever story that I want to write, and I've researched it. So you guys, I'm gonna feed it to you, and you guys better eat.
And that was June's. That was June's reasoning a lot of the time. It's like, yes, I borrowed the story, but I also did so much work into it. I did a lot of editing in this book, and I'm just like, yo, Marajun.
I also don't know if I feel like Athena was the right person to write that story because of who she was. Like, very removed from the core context, right? And I think that she was also very fine. 27 is not old, so I'm not talking about naivety in that sense, but I feel like she didn't expose herself and she wasn't connected to the subject, as in her own people, the subject matter of the story that she was trying to tell. So I'm conflicted in the sense that she is the right race, has the right background, but I also still feel like that's not her story to tell to a very large extent. But I don't know. I don't know. Really want to say is, as in, they are not how things went down. They are how authors wish people saw them. Because reality is they were shady in real life. So I have this suspicion, and you know which book really made me feel like, I don't know. I love memoirs, don't get me wrong, because I find them very entertaining, and maybe if this is also what you're saying here. But Educated. So for me, like, that book shook me. But my favorite memoir is Heavy by what's his name? Lemon.
Kise Lemon.
Yes. So I think that Heavy was a very honest. I feel right when I connected with it, I felt like it was very honest. Whereas Educated. I felt was very hyperbolic, and I felt like there were moments where I was like, "Kanjani, come back, tell me how this one, how did it happen?"
Explain yourself.
There with you, and then the person moves on, and I'm like, "Hi, Charlie, come back, I've got questions. What do you mean?" Yeah, I know. So I hear you, and I think that, like I'm saying, the honest ones are few and far between. And by the way, next week a review of your book is going up on my channel. She also has a collection of essays that is a memoir of her. This is really bonny. Look at me putting you in the conversation. She also has a collection of essays that are basically a memoir of her experiences with mental health, and they are very well done. Like,
it's that porcelain, broken
book.
porcelain.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely well done. And like, it's one of those that I was even raving about it to my sister. I've got a few people that I've told have to buy it because there is so much relatability. I think in the last sprint I did wax lyrical about what I thought about this specific book, but it's absolutely well done. So she's saying in reality they were shady. Okay. Yes, I hear you. So I did feel like this about the author of Educated. I'm like, okay, these things were done, but what did you do? Because everybody the story is doing. Why not? When do you do?
Where do you fit?
But what do you do, and what do you do? Because it's all happening to you. No. Let's be honest here, please. Kat is also saying, it is not how the story was related. Is it not how the story was related to the author? So this is my other thing with memoirs, right? I feel like some people start talking about remembering things at an age where you should not be remembering anything. You are
when I was 5.
You just said I was 5 months old. Who told you that story? So I hear what Kat is saying sometimes, and we have this conversation often with my younger sister that, you know, when somebody talks about your earliest memory, you don't know if it's actually your memory or it's something that you grew up being told, right? You grew up being told so often that now there's like a blur between, do I remember this? Was it actually told to me? Also, there was some research I heard about that says that apparently the first significant moment of your life is your first memory, which is why some people can remember from an earlier age. So say, for example, you lose your mom at the age of 2. A person who's had a hunky-dory life might not have a
Will not
memory
have.
from the age of 2, but you could, because that was your first significant moment, as in it was a traumatic event. So you can have a memory from that age. So the balancing of these things, but some things you like, show me.
Make it
You
make
don't
sense.
remember. You don't remember. I don't get what you
Make it
don't remember this.
make
Tell us
sense.
who told you. Tell us who told you, because then we can flow with the story. Start from a point of honesty, please. Rilibone says, Kat, yes, in the instance that the author did not write the story, authors write what they know and then their imagination. I'm with you. I think I hear what you're saying. People says, on the question of racial ambiguity, a lot of white writing on Black characters is what one might call literary blackface. Exactly, right? This is actually, I think, what June in this book is being called out on, right? And I feel like she can't grasp, because there's also this superiority and there's also this entitlement of things being owed to her, that she can't grasp what people are saying.
Why? Why are you?
And that on its own is a privilege and the issue, if you get what I'm trying to say, with why this is not the kind of story that she should be telling. But totally, I agree with you. Not too bad, thanks. Oh, she's talking to Kat. Hopefully you're good to reading good books. Blessings to you. Kat says, Tepomina, I have a problem with white authors who make us question the events that happened. Last week I finished External Mission and I have so many questions about what is written there. And the thing is, it goes back to that saying that how does it go about the hunter and the hunted and who gets to tell the story, right? And so it depends on where you fit in the greater change circle of life, that has the power of how your story gets received and who gets to believe which facts, right? But I also don't believe that you can write a story about what happened to me. Do you hear what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I will no sooner believe somebody who looks like me, who tells me what happened to us, than somebody who doesn't look like me, who probably was the villain in my story, who wants to tell me what happened to me. Where were you, Chomi? No.
And that is also my question with June's research, right? Whose research are you basing your additional information on?
It's something
whose perspective?
But she wants something that's going to be palatable, either to her mission or to people that she wants her to read her story.
Story.
It's never going to be subjective. It's only it's never going to be objective. It's only objective. Yes. Yeah. But a lot is going on in this book. It's quite good, and I feel like the writing style is a thing that will grab, I suppose, most people. And it just keeps giving. It's really very good.
I need to get myself a copy. If it as you you making me
And you know what? I thought I would be exhausted because it's still fresh in my memory, but I'm like, it's really good.
At least you enjoy
it. Yes, and especially because it makes you think. I love books that make you think, and I think that's why I ended up enjoying Bridge so much. Make you think and make you introspect as well, right? I feel like the power of literature is that you have to come back to yourself and ask the questions and evaluate how you are interacting in the world as well, right? Based on the new knowledge that you've acquired. And I love this. And also, obviously, it means that you can also interrogate, but not don't be aggressive and in people's faces, but you can interrogate other people and other cultures, etc., based on this. And also, you can give compassion to cultures and other people based on what you've read.
That is so true.
Yeah.
For example, when I read Pachinko, I got a different view of the Asian culture, right? There was something in me that said, there's something here that you didn't know, and because you know it now, your how you relate to the people that are similar to the people that you found in here is gonna be different because you've got that knowledge now. But,
and I feel like also depending on the writer as well, it's like with Yellowface. like you're saying, it makes your brain work, nah? But you kind of like almost forced into a position where you're asking, what would I do if I was in her position?
That's why I'm
Like
saying
it's like
interrogation. You have to interrogate yourself as well, and that's why I was saying you meet your own morality, because there are moments where I'm like, no, June,
it makes sense.
Yeah, no,
It makes sense.
do your thing, and then there are moments where you're like, God, you are doing too much. The thing with June for me is that they don't know the limits, you know.
Yeah, where's the
I
stop
don't
sign?
know how to explain this. Yeah.
Where's the
for
stop
me,
sign?
like, I hope no one who's in authority hears this, but for me, right, when it comes to, there's a mother who is in the streets, hungry, has a young child, does not know where they're gonna get their next meal. Nah, I would not have a problem if they said they went to steal bread. Nah? The problem I'm going to have is when steal bread, a computer, a laptop.
Yes.
What June is doing.
That's what June did. That's what June did.
So I don't understand. Like, I'm like, Tommy.
I'm like, June, you are hungry. But why did you need the laptop? But why the laptop?
Everything. Okay. I'm like, I know, you've got a lot of
Why the
bread to
cigarettes,
survive the
June?
day. You, and for that matter, you don't even smoke. You don't even smoke.
smoke.
So,
Why the
what?
cigarettes?
No, so
I
that's
know.
my problem. That's no.
Oh my gosh, June.
No.
That's one character I'll never forget. I will never forget June, and I will never forget her
And
name.
she's so
She's
self-righteous.
just
She's delusional. Like she's the original Delulu in the Shonga Abdullah Oblangata. Delusional. Look. Okay, I think we can do 30 minutes. What do you guys think? And then we come back and say goodbye. I absolutely actually loved this conversation during this break time. It woke me up. And
I feel ready. I'm not even doing no editing.
I just
of
want to
nothing.
I want to just change the time. Just give me 2 seconds because it was an hour, so I want to make it 30 minutes. Okay, you're cracking to me. Okay, guys, do enjoy. We'll chat at the end. We made it. Let's start with Ompi. Ompi, how did it go?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi guys. You know this lady? So she moved. She lives in a brownstone in Brooklyn, New York, right? And she moved into this apartment in 1996, a year after she graduated. But by year 2000, she had still not ever had a conversation with any of the neighbors. From 1996. Guys,
What kind of conversation though? Because I feel like I get her. I get that. I don't like
hello, how are
neighbors.
you? How you
Like a
doing?
greeting.
Vuvu, you've got lovely
Hi.
kids.
Hi.
Bye.
Guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Go up the stairs.
I
Nothing.
don't
Like
none.
come
And
Tonyana.
she's me. I'm her. Khulumelani.
Yo.
But I don't know
Anyway.
if I would have lived for that long in a space that I wouldn't have had conversations, right? But generally, I stick to my own space. The only people I actually talk to are the security guards. That's all.
For 4 years.
Yeah.
Since I've been here, no, I haven't spoken to people here.
Same. Like my husband is the one who likes to talk to the neighbors. Me, I just keep it moving unless you talk to me first.
But don't get me wrong. If you need my help, I will be there and help him. But I don't need to.
Like I don't ignore you.
Yeah.
If I meet, I'm not gonna ignore you. But I don't start conversations, relationships, friendships.
Yeah, no, that's no. Actually, that's a very important boundary for me. Like, no, thank you.
Yeah. I'm on page 30. I'm sleepy though, so I'm not focused, but the audiobook is going.
Okay.
I should be done by afternoon tomorrow, hopefully.
Okay. That's
How long?
Wow, nice.
A short one.
Yeah.
That's very nice. And you, Nonhly, how do you go?
No, me, I did not reach him. I was busy, Jelana, on my phone. Yeah.
Okay. I know, Shamoni, that's hard. You know, you can't even absorb any of the information you read.
Yeah.
I'm not tell, but then at least I managed to read some. But I get it. I know the exact feeling.
Makes sense.
I know the feeling. What about you, Charity?
I got to chapter 7, so I'm on page 54.
Okay. Still going
it's
well?
not like it's going well. It's not that I've forgotten the fact, but the main thing during the colonization is that this king also banned the use of magic, right? So a lot of people don't, even if you have some, like I feel like the main character has some magical abilities to her, or something was like there is something in her, but she was never taught how to use it, or it's not unlocked, but there is something there. And we are in a space where he's made sure that people don't use magic, so most people don't even know or use it or know that it exists, but she keeps getting pulled back in this magical space. So I just got reminded of like, oh yes, Konje. So it's like something new is being introduced. There's new characters as well being mentioned, and I like how she's mentioning or she's introducing the new characters kind of like within a conversation. Like you're picking up, okay, this is somebody new. She's going to start telling us about them. It's not that here is Charity. Charity is 34 years old. She has black hair. It's not like that. It's like kind of like in passing, but then you know her, okay, I need to kind of remember this name because it's probably going to keep coming up. So
that's nice.
So far, so good. We already have like a little bit of a mystery going on as to she saw something like, what is this? what is going on. So I already have questions in my mind. So far so good. It reads very fast, which I like.
Okay, I also had a nice one. I am now on page 148, and June's life is starting to crumble because some anonymous troll Twitter account has emerged, and they are dishing the indabas that she thought nobody knew. So it's getting hot and spicy, you know, and she's digging herself into a bigger hole with the lies, you know, but then it's going well, going well. I think that that's nearly by, because the book itself is about 320 pages long, so we're very close to the halfway mark. So we'll see how tomorrow goes. Let me just quickly go through the comments before I make some announcements, and then we can call it. So Jane's gone. She went to sleep. She announced that. Paul says, now the heart of redness, page 75. Why would civilized people want to honor a foolish girl who killed the Amaxhosa nation? There is a very strong anti-Nonhly sentiment around the table. I loved the story so much, you know, and I feel like for me, I didn't know the Nonhly story as well as I felt like I knew it after reading this book by Xoxo. And obviously, there's a misconception as to why she did what she did. She led a lot of, okay, I want to call them farmers, but like cattle owners, right? To drown their cows, which is their wealth, in the sea because of a vision that she saw. So this is a historical fact. So this really did happen. The person's name being Nonhly. So there's been different, I suppose, perceptions and ways in which that story has been told to actually villainize her, but I feel like Xoxo does give a different perspective and understanding as to perhaps why this might have happened. Obviously, he's writing it from a fictional point of view, and I suppose he's also inspired when you look at the title. If you know Conrad, what's his first name? Joseph Conrad's The Heart of Darkness, that speaks about the African continent as the place of the uncivilized and as the place of people who basically would be gullible to something of this nature, right? So it's the worst place. It's a place where, as a white man, you wouldn't want to have gone, right? So I think this steals a lot from, or rather is inspired by, Joseph Conrad's The Heart of Darkness. I'm sure you guys have heard a lot about that one at some point, even if it was in high school. So I think he's trying to juxtapose the darkness to the redness, talking about life, talking about blood flow, talking about culture. You know how because people also smear this red ochre on their faces, etc., and all of this stuff. So I think he's rewriting that story. Remember, we were just chatting about who gets to write the stories and what perspectives do we actually lean towards. So I think that was his purpose with this one. So it's an interesting read that he's reading, and I enjoyed it, but I haven't reread it. I read it a long time ago. I don't know what HIE is. If that's an abbreviation, show me, I guess. Lomo also
welcome to the club.
Hey, Jonga. I think this is a person's initials, though. HIE Lomo. Also rewrote, I don't know who that is, also rewrote the narrative of Nonhly with his play The Girl Who Saved Nonhly, the Liberator. So now saying the whole story is confusing. Okay, I don't know this one. This one is quite intriguing, actually. Let me just start it. I would want to look into that one because I find the whole thing interesting. It's kind of, for me, it's kind of as intriguing as like the Sarah Batman story, right? And what what white people find as a fetish and what they, so when is it appropriate for certain things to be okay for you and for certain things to be barbaric? And do you get what I'm trying to say? And how the African bodies are used in these kind of navigations, I suppose. Tepo says in his I'm an African speech, Thabo Mbeki prides himself as a child of Nonhly. Oh, I don't know the full speech. I don't want to lie to anyone. Kat says I'm an African was originally written by Isaka Kaseme, I think I've heard this before, as the regeneration of Africa. I think in the 1800s, when he was overseas before he founded the ANC, it broke my heart that he was not acknowledged. And this happens a lot, right? Because even that Nelson Mandela, people quote Nelson Mandela a lot with our greatest fear is not that we're inadequate, but it's not his original quote, you know? But anyway, I suppose they made these things famous so people can get confused. Tepo, please read The Man Who Founded the ANC.
There's so
And
much knowledge
then,
being passed on in these comments.
you know, it's a great discourse. Herbert
There's
Isaac
H-I-E Lomo.
Oh, there.
Yeah, where's the E? The E is not there. Herbert Isaac. E Lomo, the girl who killed to save. I really want to see this one. So I said I have some announcements. The announcements before our time is up is that the next sprint is at 7 a.m. tomorrow on Pila's channel, right? I will be working. I think Nonhly might not be able to be on that sprint. Are you working, Nonhly?
Yes, I am. I should be at work by 9:30 because the thing starts at 10. So from 10 to 12. Yes.
Okay. So she'll miss some of the sprints. I will be online, like as an on the live, but I won't participate much, as you guys know how it works when I am on a shift. And then so that means Charity and MP will be holding the fort. Guys, all the best. And then I wanted to also say that in case you guys didn't know, we also do watch alongs, which is watching book adaptations on various streaming platforms. So this month we are watching Heartstopper, which is season 1 and 2, which is available on Netflix if you've got Netflix, and we will be chatting during an IG live on Sunday at 2 p.m. If you are curious about that. Heartstopper is the graphic novel series by Alice Osman.
Osman, yeah. Alice
I
Osman.
almost want to. Right, this is volume 4, but I'm just showing you what it looks like, right? So season 2 just came out. So that's what we'll be discussing, season 1 and season 2, based on book 1 and book 2. So if anybody wants to hop off, it's okay, but we shall see. Cat and Tepo are like playing.
Yay!
High five. Tennis.
Okay, yeah.
Volleyball. Volleyball.
We are here for it.
And they're just flowing. Yeah.
So Kat says,
it's so nice when you find somebody.
Yes.
I'm saying it's so nice when you find somebody who meets you at your interests.
Yes.
It's so exciting. That's the thing. Because a lot of the time, the books that Kat reads, we are just like, it sounds interesting, but it's not something we're not meeting her at her.
At her, yes.
She's found her person.
I hear you. Oh, this was lovely, guys. Thank you so very much. So don't forget, tomorrow 7 a.m. we are on Pila's channel. And then Ompila will announce the next person. And if you are curious on that Heartstopper watch along situation on Sunday at 2 p.m., we will be discussing or having a chit chat rather on IG Live. So do have, well, I can't call this an evening, but please sleep, guys, so that we can see you.
Yes.
Thank you so very much for joining us. Till tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.